Okay. So, on the docket for today, we want to port over the noise functions to generate pre-computed noise textures from the space engine. Oh, weird pain in on the right side of my neck. What is that about? Okay, so that's what I want to do. So that's in init, I believe. In this pre-compute FBM texture. Is this what I use? Is this what I actually use? Pre-compute FBM texture it is. I get a Worley, Perlin, and an FBM. I can just literally copy and paste this exactly. I think R16F is probably a little bit too much expensiveness. I also think I should probably have it as a 2D texture rather than a 3D texture. Let me look this up actually. Let me just literally Google that. Should a pre-computed FBM texture be 2D or 3D? Yeah. The 3D stuff is nice for terrain, like in the case of the space engine, what we're looking at now. We're having a lot of green flashes from the capture card today. Can you not do that, please? That would be great. Okay, thank you. No, it's still fucking happening. Oh, I unplugged it. God damn it. Okay, there we go. I unplugged my other camera too. Whoops. Hopefully this one doesn't break. Please don't break on me right now. Oh my god, it fucking did the thing where it broke. Oh my god. My shit is so janky that... Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah, don't touch anything. Don't touch anything. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out if I want to make it 2D or 3D. Our generation stuff happens 3D, and so I'm not really sure how to make it 2D. We do FBM of P, which is a 3D point. And the FBM function the FBM function works on a 3D thing. I could look up a 2D implementation of this. I don't really know what it would look like in 2D. Or you could probably just like feed it 0 in Z maybe, and then that would work. Let me look that up. Let me see. Can I just feed the 3D FBM function? Okay. Okay. So you can just feed it a 0 for the Z, and that works fine. Then why were you holding her hand? Is that the way we said? I'm just gonna put this in utilities. This just seems like something that should go in utilities. This does have perm and vec4 fract, which I don't have. And the mod. You know what's kind of bothering me is that there's this kind of there's this wet there's a bit of coffee on the bottom of my coffee cup that's on my table, and I don't like it. Okay, I'll just throw that out later. Okay, good. Good that I took care of that. Okay. Okay. So we have the FBM function now. And now we should be able to do this exactly. We can make a 2D texture though to save on memory. I think that a 2D texture works fine for us. Should be absolutely fine, because we don't want to go overkill with it for sure. Yeah, I think we do a 2D texture, to be honest. So let's see. No diff provider preferred. Oh, whoops. So let's do some defines then. And let's go 128. I think 128 is, well, this was cubed, so I could probably go higher than if I do it 2D. Right? That's like the trade-off. So then try 256. I mean, if it's 2D, then you could totally do 512, but for now, let's try 256. The size does matter. The size does matter in this case. Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of cloudy today in the head. Don't really know why, but it just is the case. Then why were you holding her hand? For now, we'll just start with an FBM texture. It's the most useful one. Okay, so to go on what we had described, we just do it like this, and then set a Z of 0, maybe 0.5 for it to be voxel centered. I don't know if that matters. And then just do this. And then center it. This is +1 divided by 2 to get it centered. Is it +1 divided by 2 or plus 0.5? No, yeah, it is +1 divided by 2, but let's just go times 0.5. Yeah, that's how you do it. And then we will GL text. What's the other one, the better one to do? Hey, what's up, Izareth? I think it's GL. How do you fill a buffer, a storage? What is the call for that again? I think I might have to look it up. How to fill GL buffer storage. What is the function that I need? Oh, you could just use sub data. Oh, you can just do GL buffer storage. Oh, I thought that there was a need for doing something else. Okay, so we could just do GL buffer storage then. With a GL texture 2D. Wait, GL, no. There is a GL texture storage or something like this, right? I want the immutable storage thing for performance wise. GL texture storage 2D. GL text storage 2D. With GL text sum image 2D. Okay, so you don't have to do this here. You just do this. That is what we have decided. Okay, so what's all of this again? It's level X, Y, and then get rid of this, and then that's what it is. Okay. And all we have to do is copy the this basically, and then do this during init. The good thing about writing a lot of code is that you don't have to write a lot of code anymore. In my opinion. I think all of this stuff is FBO stuff. I think just putting it down here makes more sense. So we have to change all of this to 2D. And instead of text image 3D, you can do text storage 2D, which is something that I haven't used as much as I need to use it. Internal format is this, right? So you really don't need to give it anything else, huh? Okay. Well, that's pretty nifty. Every time I write this, I get kind of confused because that confuses me, but I suppose that's just how it works. Okay. So now we have the FBM texture. I want to see if we can sample it during the shaders. The problem is we're already running out of texture binding slots, and so things are going to get a bit tricky. The good thing is that we have like 6 more slots for textures. We have like 6 more. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have like 6 slots, yeah. Probably missing 1 also. So like 5 slots. Yeah, we're missing the lightmap. So 5 slots. Which sucks. Really sucks. The thing is, we don't have to bake it for everything. We don't have to bind it for everything. We only need to bind it when a specific shader is involved. When the animation shader is involved. But yeah, we can just bind it for everything for now. Just for testing purposes. So we're gonna bind the 2D, we're gonna bind FBM texture, and we'll bind it to UFBM, and this will be 7, and let us see it in the dynamic thing. So let's see if we I kind of want to sample it just to like see what it looks like, just to make sure that this is working good. I kind of want to just sample it during the post process and just literally draw it to the screen. Is that crazy? Okay, so let's just see it on the screen. Let's just do color equals texture. Let's just do a vec4 texture UFBM with our VUV .r, and let's just see what this looks like. Just to make sure that we did it right. Okay, I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Okay. So I'm glad that I checked it, because we wouldn't have known otherwise. Okay. Let's try something. Let's just try doing GL text image 2D, and then let's just test it with this. Okay, there we go. Okay, so for whatever reason, the thing is weird. The reason why it's stratified like that is because the FBM texture is obviously a square and not a with the same aspect ratio, and so that's why it's the lines exist. I'm pretty sure. You could correct for that by doing, I don't really know, to be honest. Is it ST? Is that what it is? No. Is it UV divided by resolution dot XY? No. There is a specific way of doing it. Is it times? Is it like this, or okay, I mean, I don't really know, to be honest. I think it's like something like this. Oh. Let me look this up just to make sure. No. I've had this formula before, but the horizontal coordinate. Okay, so uv.x equals uv.x times .x divided by resolution .y. Doesn't work. Maybe it is just stratified then. Multiply the horizontal coordinate by the aspect ratio. Huh. Huh. Well, maybe that isn't the case. Okay, let's try something. Let us try generating it with starting it at 0. Let's just try not doing voxel centers. There are still lines, but they're not as obvious now. Yeah. There are clear lines when you do it this way, so maybe we should make it a higher resolution. Oh yeah, changing this resolution has to make the whole thing compile again. Yeah. Putting the globals into types is just not... It's quite trippy. It's not moving at all, but there's an optical illusion with it. Yeah, it does appear that there are just lines, though. I wonder if it's the FBM function itself. Maybe I should look at the FBM implementation in the shaders. See, I don't do the... No, I do this, yeah. Yeah, no, this is exactly the same. Yeah, I remember writing this. I had to translate it from GLSL. It might be that giving it a constant z makes it have lines, maybe, or something like that. Maybe I should give it FEM texture size divided by 2 or something. Let me look this up. Okay, so this is actually completely normal. So I shouldn't be worrying about this, and I shouldn't be worrying about this at all. Greetings from Turkey. Hello. How are you? Greetings from America. Yeah, I shouldn't be worrying about this at all. Apparently, it's just how it should be already. So I shouldn't worry about it. Tearing me apart. Okay, so let's just add it. Now what I'm gonna do with this, I have no clue, but we can do some funny stuff. I wanna see, let's just remove all of the animation stuff that isn't the UV stuff, because this is the more fun stuff anyway. And let's see if we can just do some basic stuff first of all with this. So let's do let's sample it at a couple of octaves, right? So let's do float texture UFBM, right, by UV times times usable time. Actually, you want this to loop, so usable time. Maybe. Yeah, since this goes, yeah, so maybe this is actually just U time, since this goes from 0 to 1. And then let's just see what this does. Let's just try something like this. And let's just go, we need to uncenter it, because it's from 0 to 1 now. And so we do times 2 minus 1. Oh, right. Huh. Oh my god. Okay, that's quite fast. That is quite fast. Holy shit. Yeah, when it wraps around to 0, then it causes some problems. Let's see how I did stuff like this before. When I sampled it for the it's in one of these compute shaders. Don't really remember which one. Maybe it was in density. I think it's in density that I did all the. So this is how I did my geometry, and so I sampled it using P times FL frequency. Okay, now it's just jiggling a tiny bit. Yeah, we can play around with this shit forever. Whoa. That's when it wraps. Yeah, when it wraps at 0, then it goes different, right? Huh. How do you do this? Yeah, so it says UV times the frequency, which could be like 10 times or plus U time. Obviously that frequency is just crazy. Okay, well, evidently usable time is not very usable. Yeah, it has a hard loop on it. Yeah. Hmm. Maybe you can just do this. I don't really know how the math works out. The thing is, we can't ever even hit 50 seconds because of the time, so this should still have a hard loop. Maybe fract is just the way then. Just works. Yeah, that didn't wrap. Yeah, I've got to figure this out. Yeah, I mean, the AI overview is kind of not really giving me anything. What am I doing? I'm trying to create animations based on pre-computed noise textures, but I'm trying to make them loop properly, but they're not looping properly. So that's my goal. That is my goal at the moment. I have a bunch of trippy things, you know, physics stuff and things like this, but I want to make the walls move in a pleasing manner. So that's what we're trying to do. Why does this not move at all now? What the fuck did I do? Oh. Whoops. Don't have words to express how cool that is. Thank you. I appreciate that. There is, of course, like a huge epilepsy warning on this stream. It's not yeah, see, there's a hard loop where it so even if I just put u time, yeah, see, it has a hard loop. Because there's a phase issue with it. I don't know. I've been looking this up, but I don't really get anything. Looping animations with sampling FBM textures. Now it's just giving me a Blender thing. Yeah, this is not really giving me... Yeah, it's just literally telling me to do what I'm already doing. Which is, it's telling me to just fract it, right? It's just telling me to fract it, but obviously, like, fract is not going to... I mean, maybe technically if I had, like, we set it to, like, a bigger interval, like, to the maximum amount of seconds. Like, let's say we do it to 240 seconds. And set our interval to 240. And then, therefore, we could go up to 240 in things. But then we would be able to set it at, like, 30 seconds. And it would look correct, right? Because that does look correct. Yeah. I think that this is gonna loop. I think that would loop, yeah. Yeah. And you could try thinking with me. So basically we have a texture that's a noise texture. It's called a FBM texture. And we're sampling it based on the UV locations of the texture, right? On the wall and the floors and things like this. But we want to modulate it with time. Okay, so basically we have a time variable and we want to modulate it. The problem is if the time variable isn't exactly you know, tied to the size of the texture, then it will loop incorrectly when it hits the other when it wraps around, when time goes back to 0, right? So there's that issue, right? But I think that this is sort of working. I don't know if it's gonna loop. I'm gonna assume that it is going to loop, but I think anything that is like, I think as long as the time variable is apparently, so this will go for 40 seconds or something like that. Okay. So if we do this, it's fine. We don't want to do the same thing for X and Y, or else it goes in that stratified pattern, obviously. So let's just try being a bit, let's just have some ingenuity, and let's do octaves and try to do some domain warping stuff. I don't know how I'm gonna do it though. So let's get F0, F1, and let's just do this first of all. And let's just do it at a higher frequency. But let's change the frequency every time. And also change this every time. So let's go divided by I here. And then this plus I times 2. And then we can change this one to 1. And then let's see what that looks like. Okay. It's definitely weird. Dude, is it using like WASM? No. No, it's written in C in OpenGL. No, yeah, I don't think that this is it. I don't think that this is it. I want to warp the domain, so let me go back to this and see how I used to warp the domain. So we sample this with a certain offset, and then another offset, and then another offset, with a different frequency every time. So this would be a different time. And then this becomes the warp. So we would do this with 2. Yeah. And you do it for the warp count, but for now I'll just do it. Let's just not do octaves. We have octaves baked into the texture, it's fine. So basically we're already kind of doing it there. We need to have a frequency and a time, and then we need another time that we're doing. So let's just have one that's like really slow and then one that's really fast. That's like a simple way of doing it, right? Get rid of the I stuff. That's a way of doing it. And you want a different frequency too, which I did a different frequency there. And then we add it times the amplitude, right? in this case, it would kind of be like this. Yeah, this is exactly what it is, yeah. And so we've got kind of different patterns happening now. Different like crawling patterns. I could play with this fucking forever. You know? I could play with this fucking forever. What exactly am I trying to achieve? I just want it to look cool. I eventually want to make a game, and it's gonna have a lot of effects like this, like trippy shit going on. I thought that hooking up FBM would be a cool way of doing it, because if you go up close here, you can kind of see how, you know, weird it is. There's a seam here on the texture, which is annoying. I don't know if that's apparent without the UVs or if that's the UVs that are doing that. Let's try and see. No, it is just there, which is annoying. I baked this texture to not have seams, and it's very close to not having seams, but it's just like 1 pixel off. The texture just doesn't it's just on this one wall, really, this seam. I wonder if this is a UV unwrapping thing rather than a thing with my thing. A thing with my thing. Anyway, I got it pretty cool to work with the sign stuff yesterday, but I thought that FBM would be a cool thing to try. I'm not sure if I like it. I kind of wish I could go back and test the other stuff out again, but now I've kind of ruined everything for testing that, so like if I re-implement this stuff, then it's just, yeah, it's just not working really, just because the this is so long. Probably like this was probably like this before or something. Yeah, no, it's not looping. Great. Let's stick with the FBM stuff. I kind of want to put in the FBM stuff just like we have there, like an insane number. It kind of does something similar, yeah. It starts to just become like crazy noise. Oh, interesting. This one wall doesn't get touched. I wonder why that is. Huh. Some textures start getting squashed and others stop. Alright, see you later. I'm glad that I made you code. That's really cool. Oh, maybe because we're only adding it to X. Yeah. I love playing with the high frequency noise on it. It's really cool. This is kind of like how my HPPD is. It's like it's kind of like this sort of noise. This like trippy sort of flashing sort of noise. See, HPPD isn't all bad. Nah, yeah, that looks like absolute donkey. Now you could hook up Perlin to this too, and then you're really having fun. You put it in a texture array. You put in Perlin, Warley, and this in a texture array, and then fuck with it on top. So cool. The normal modulation is so fucking cool with this. I think that this is kind of overkill though. Like this is probably no different than doing this. I'm guessing. No, it is different. We try warping the domain would be kind of cool, I guess. Yeah, let's try warping it. Let's try warping it. How do I do this? I do P times, and then I sample with P times. So for each part of the warp, I'd have to do a different thing. Like that. seems to only be on that side of the floor. Oh my god, what the fuck? Whoa, that's fucking sick. Holy shit, that's kind of cool. Whoa. That's so fucking cool. Whoa. Whoa. That's like an anomaly, like space anomaly or something. It's like a black hole or something like this. I don't know, like a supernova sort of, I don't know, event horizon, fucking whatever it's called. That's kind of cool. The stuff seems to be in one area. And it's in one area because those are probably the faces that have the positive normals. And then these have the negative facing normals. And so really maybe what we want to feed into this is actually map normal. Possibly, or something like this. Really? That didn't change anything? Huh. Why? Maybe maybe the frequency is just way too high or some shit. Oh, maybe I don't need to don't need to do this to it if it's a normal. Yeah, I don't know why that doesn't get anything. Because map normal shouldn't be... Like map normal, if I print out... If I print out map normal, look, it's the same everywhere. Oh, that's kind of cool. So... It's so weird that I'm using the map normal to sample. Oh. but it's biased because I do the. Ah, I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. Because it changes the Y, the X, and the Z differently. Whatever I had earlier was way better. Yeah, this was fucking sick. The artifacts on the ground are just insane. Yeah. I could just sample it with this. Let me see this. Huh. Could it just be the position of the light, maybe? No, I don't think so. Let's try without the UV interpolation stuff and see. No. No, yeah. Huh. I guess it just literally is biased because of, you know, the way that we're... This is gonna be bright. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, see how that gets dark? That's like one of the coolest things I've ever made. Holy shit. Whoa. Whoa. That's fucking sick. This is what graphics programming is all about. Yeah, I don't know. So this goes over there, goes negative. Oh, our normals are between -1 and okay, I get it. So just times 0.5 plus 0.5. Okay, never mind. I guess I don't know what I'm fucking talking about. Wait, what are we? Then why were you holding her hand? I don't know, give them all the same frequency. See, like, why is this corner so dark? I don't get it. You know what we could do? We just, we just do this, although that's kind of cheating. Wait, that doesn't do it? It's weird because it's just a corner. It's not even a wall. Like, if it was a wall, then I would get it because of the... But one corner is kind of weird. I'm gonna look this up, I guess. Oh, wait a second. The map normal is not... If we do go by map normal, No, yeah, that can't work. You have to multiply by n. Let's try original. Normal. Oh wow, yeah, it still happens. Huh. Hmm. This is 120 already. It's like really slow. Huh. Oh. Oh no, you can't do abs. Hmm. Yeah, I think this is like a fundamental problem with what I'm doing actually. So it says to blend the normal map itself with the FBM. That's what it says to do. That makes sense. That does make sense. That does make sense. What it's saying to do is to do something like that. Okay, that looks fucking terrible. Okay, maybe I'm doing it wrong. Trying to think. I don't know. We're already interpolating the normals, right? Like here. Via the UVs. So maybe doing it again is impossible. You probably do. You could probably do like the different you'll probably warp the domain again here, and then just turn this into XY instead, and then just get rid of this. This is what I'm guessing, and then try that. Oh, but map normal. Oh, yeah. So it's actually map normal dot xy. Yeah, this is fucking terrible. Yeah, never fucking listen to Jarvis again. Like, what the fuck? That's fucking terrible. Yeah, I don't see anything happening with this. Yeah, it says to multiply the z times the sampled z, but I don't have a sampled z. So I'm not sure. Yeah. I guess distorting the actual normals like I was doing is just not fuck you. Yeah. I just find the glowing flowy shit so cool. What was it? I was doing this and this. Which was 500. Really? Is that really what I had? Maybe not. Yeah, it is what I had. So maybe I should try replicating that before I like throw in the towel. I mean, 500 isn't actually how you change the frequency though. Oh yeah, I'm going, oh yeah, you know what I just realized? So we're going based off of this instead of the map normal. Going based off this instead of the map normal. I can't tell if it's moving or if I'm tripping. I think it is slightly moving, yeah. But maybe I'm tripping. It's very possible that I'm just tripping. Yeah, but now there's just dark corners and shit. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I don't think that this is gonna work out with the with what I wanted to go for, to be honest. I think that we have to make it affect the actual normal and not the map normal. I just don't think that that's working. There has to be a way to avoid the dark corners. Maybe I have to clamp it. You know what? Hold on. Why am I not normalizing? Oh, but if I normalize, then the shit goes away. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, adding 500 obviously does nothing. This also does nothing though. Yeah, maybe I take a break from this. I don't really know. I don't really know how to get rid of it. Maybe it would help to visualize just exactly what this is. N0, N1, and N2. So maybe I should just do that. Well, it's kind of hard to do that. You just do if def. Is it? I think it's if def. Oh wow, it's actually so much noise. But I'm actually very surprised to not see a dark corner or anything over there. It's so noisy. I really didn't expect to see so much noise. This kind of makes me want to do something like that. Okay. That corner is still darker. It's possible that the noise itself is biased to a certain direction. Hey, what's up, Migma? It's possible that the noise is just biased to a certain direction. No, I mean, you're fine. You don't have to watch. I mean, it's like, it's whatever. I wonder if I pass in just... Fuck you. FMX 4. Rip. See, as soon as I add even one, it just that corner starts going dark. This half. It's strange because this should all have the same normal. You missed a lot? I guess not. I guess so. I don't know. Just kind of fucking around with this, trying to see. Basically, I have a noise texture that I'm sampling for the normals, and I'm trying to make this side go stay bright. You know. But I think that it's actually impossible. I think that it might actually be impossible. At least the way that I'm doing it right now, I think it's impossible. Because the normals don't really know which way they're facing. So, yeah. Now, if I go back to just viewing the doing the map normal before it gets input, then maybe there's something that we can do, but Can you not, please? My keyboard does that sometimes now. Is the map normal actually a normal? Do I have to normalize it? I don't really know. Maybe. What? Oh, you're not back to school yet? My sister is back already. Maybe multiplying is just the way. Wait, maybe multiplying is just the way to do it. Have I just been stupid? Huh, I think I was just being stupid. Okay. It doesn't really have the swirling patterns that it had before. You need to lock the frickin', yeah. Yeah, tell me about it. I need to stop fucking playing with this stupid fucking room and lock the fuck in. That's exactly what I need to do. Oh yeah, you definitely need that, yeah. There's a lot of moire going on with it. In fact, I think it's all moire. So, I think that it's just full of moire. Okay, well this is certainly better, but the problem is that we don't really have the the cool sparkles that I like. I like the sparkles. I want to bring the sparkles back. I wonder if it's possible for me to do this exact technique just with N instead of the map normal. So that's what I'm going to try to do. No, yeah, I think that it literally just needs the pluses to, yeah, to do it, or else it's not going to do it. How stupid would it be for me to just multiply this times like 1.5? Multiply all my normals by a little bit. How stupid is that? Is that a stupid thing to do? That seems like a stupid thing to do. Just a tiny bit. Maybe a bit of a stupid idea, I will admit, but there's definitely something about it that I like. Good luck. Thank you. I'm gonna need it. That's sick. Oh, I'm adding something twice. This was a lot of fun. Alright, we got the FBM implemented, and it's pretty cool. It is pretty trippy. It does feel definitely biased in a certain direction. Probably not warping the domain properly on this. You probably need to do like less harsh sorts of patterns. the animation stuff, I think you need to modulate these terms as well for the randomized stuff. So I'm not sure how you do that. Yeah, I'm not sure. What did I just press? That was kind of cool. What? Yeah, the trick is that you can't really have... You can have high frequency, but if you have high amplitude with high frequency, then that's a no-go. Alright, this was a lot of fun. This was a lot of fun. I think I'm gonna stop playing with the fucking shader now. I get really carried away with it. Like once I start really enjoying it, then I just get carried away with it. Like so easily distracted by it, because it's so much fun to fucking play around with. I mean, it's like legitimately the most fun thing in the fucking world. This seam is annoying. I made the texture so that it would be seamless, and now it appears like it's not seamless, just like tiny bit not seamless. It's probably a UV unwrapping thing. Anyway, we can test that, I guess. Okay, can you fuck off, please? Okay, like why is it so laggy? And how is my camera turned around, bro? Like what is this lag? Okay, I immediately open Blender, and then I immediately realize why I don't want to fucking open Blender. Okay, so this unwraps on one face. Let's see the UVs. So it's this seam. Building diff right here. Yeah, they're right next to each other. Is it cursed if I just... Oh, but you can't. Maybe I just mark seam here and then try to unwrap it differently. I don't know. It's a tiling texture, so theoretically it should be fine. We can just mark seam on all of the windows and just unwrap the seams. Oh my god, what the fuck? How do I do this? What the fuck, bro? I added seams. Dude, you're gonna make me fucking get pissed off here in a second. There's seams on all of these. Dude, you're fucking pissing me off. Unwrap it. Unless I didn't put it, I may not have. Yeah, I didn't. Okay. We are separating it slightly. Wait, no. Wait, no, we don't want to separate it slightly. Wait, undo all of this. Put all the seams back. Okay. I think I unwrapped this stupid clear seam. Maybe no seams on the windows. Oh my god, this is gonna be fucking awful to have to mark this again. No, not clear sharp, clear seam. Oh man. I love doing this. I love it. I love it so much. I love it so much that I'm turning that I like just sounded like Donald Trump. That's how much I love it. I literally sounded like Donald Trump there for a sec. I love it. I love it so much. I really, really love it. It's the greatest thing in the world. Okay. Now we'll just clear all the other seams. Bro, like, I hate Blender. I hate fucking Blender so much. Holy fucking shit. Okay. I might have to unwrap the whole thing again. I'm like not joking. Also, it still has the seams on the windows on the outside. I don't know why these walls. We also should unwrap the windows as well with this, if we're being serious here. Honestly, let's just smart UV project it and see what it gives us. Let's just see what it gives us. Oh wait, I didn't go into edit mode and select all the faces. Wait, oh my god, what the fuck did I just do? Or maybe I did. No, I didn't. Okay. Okay, so since it's a tiling texture, we can just scale it up. We probably should have given island margins, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, should have given it island margins. This. Okay, let's see. a seam there. Yes, it is. But now I'm realizing that it's not even on the windows itself. Yeah, there's just this line there. Let's just try like oversizing it just to see. Now I'm pretty sure it just probably moved somewhere else. There is a seam, I know it. Well, for now we can just say that it's resolved. As long as it's not visible to me, to my eyes, then it's whatever. Okay, let's make the UI for the physics components. That seems like something that we can do that's fairly simple. We should have under the F1 menu something that changes our selection mode so that we could select physics components. Or maybe we could just select mesh nodes and then get the physics component from that. What is on each mesh node? Do we have entity on here? We have PC on here, but not entity. Maybe we add the entity pointer. Maybe we add the entity pointer. Entity pointer. I mean, if it already points to the physics component, then it might as well point to the entity that it's a part of. My entity creator is still pretty naive. Yeah, I make it with a MNID a lot of the times. I just can't make an entity with multiple mesh nodes. For now, a mesh node can point to an entity. At some point, what you probably want is an entity that can have any number of mesh nodes inside of it. And at that point, you probably want something else. Or then you just have each mesh node point to the same entity anyway. So maybe it's a bit stupid then to have a mesh node point to both an entity and a physics component, when instead it should point to just the entity that points to the physics component. Yeah. I think I set it to null later, but let's also set it to null here, just to avoid any issues. Okay, so now we can get the entity from the mesh node. So really all we need to do is have a button we just have it on the same menu. I'm kind of tired of making new menus. It's kind of pissing me off, to be honest. Every time I have to make a new menu for this project, it's just there's so many fucking menus. Like open material opens a material menu. Like fucking no, let's not do that. Let's just display the entity menu then. I want my NK layout row dynamic 1. I'll have an NK text. We'll make it say entity menu NK text align left. What? Oh. Let's count 11. Oh god, I hate the nesting here. What do we want to be able to change in entities? Oh my god, what the fuck? What do we want to be able to change in entities? Other than the physics component. Where are you, you fucking bastard? Here it is. Okay. I really don't want us to be able to change the skin or the mesh node or whatever. We could have AAPP controls, but I'm not really sure. It's an NK label, that's what you want. Oh wait, we already know that this mesh node is this one. So let's just have the skin. Yeah, let's just get the physics component already. Let's just do it like this. Oh, I already have this. Alright, now for the actual fun stuff, because we can actually do this. Let's make the inverse inertia calculation a function so that we can call it. Am I using Vulkan? No, I use OpenGL. Because I have a bad computer from like 8-9 years ago. Okay. I'd prefer to return it, sure. I would prefer to return it. Okay. Okay. So now we can call that function when we need to recalculate it later. Okay. Okay, so everything we need to change, we need to change the mass restitution mu. Center of mass, possibly. Although I think that's kind of scary to have that changeable, but whatever. But yeah. Doing Vulkan. I also love the OpenGL simplicity of what I'm doing. Thank you. I don't really know if I'd call, you know, Vulkan abstraction bloat per se, but my cards can't take advantage of any of the shiny new things in Vulkan anyway, so I think I just prefer OpenGL because it gets me less depressed, because OpenGL is kind of made for my hardware in a way, you know? But yeah. Okay, so let's get to 3 NK property Fs. Let's do this. Okay. So we're gonna call this mass. I hate calling it mass because I feel like the namespace is kind of, we're taking up the namespace, but we'll just do that for now. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. Okay, almost done. So everything that has mn scale, we need to change. So mn scale changes to PC mass. Okay, yeah, there we go. That sometimes happens with Helix, where it just fucks up your undo history really bad. Okay, there we go. You don't really want to have something to have negative mass, so let's go 0 to 10,000 restitution. You really want that from 0 to about 1, but we can have it go to like 20 just for fun. You really want that lower increment. Mu, you want that also from 0 to 1. But let's just have it at 20 for fun. Okay. Now we want to have a bool PC30. And then if PC30, then we need to PC inverse inertia equals calc inverse inertia, call the undeclared function, include physics.h, and we should test this out. You're doing a debug UI or a custom one? I use Nuclear for my debug UI, so that's what I'm working with right now. I don't really know if I'll make a custom UI library, probably eventually for this one, but the last time I did that it was kind of just like pointless. Okay, so I'm selecting these mesh nodes. Oh, I'm not selecting the mesh nodes. I'm not selecting them. Okay, so that's probably because of the BVH, huh? That is probably because of the... Yeah, let's just do this for now. Would I say it's better? Well, I write C, so OpenGL is a C++ thing, really. Okay. So now if I set this mass to like 200, right, it's gonna be hard to push the table, yeah? Okay, there we go. Hard to push the table at 1. Really easy to push the table. Perfect. Okay, got it. Now we should have set this up earlier. Funny friction? Yeah, that's funny friction. It just doesn't, it just doesn't move at all. There's so much friction that it can't move. And then this is no friction. It has a C fork, yeah, CMGUI, but it's not good. It is no good. Yeah. The scene BVH. I don't know, I keep on looking up if a game engine should have both a static BVH and a dynamic BVH, and every time it tells me that I should have both a static and a dynamic BVH, and it just sounds like such a fucking pain in the ass, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, it says that I should just have 2 BVHs, but it's such a pain in the ass. Anyway, my physics stuff doesn't even interact with the BVH, which is a big problem. So I should fix that as well. You have both? Yeah. I mean, it's just annoying for the physics stuff, because then I have to walk 2 BVHs during the physics stuff, so it's like, it's just kind of something that I don't want to like do, because I'm just kind of worried about the repercussions of implementing it, because that's just a lot of BVH walking, during runtime. There's just overhead for it that I just kind of hate to do, but maybe it's just necessary for updates. But yeah, I don't even walk the BVH in my physics stuff yet. I mean, I walk the try BVH, of course, but I don't walk the scene BVH. I just never implemented it, or I did implement it, but then I worked on it and then I unimplemented it. Yeah, right now I literally just loop through global.mesh nodes, which is obviously, ridiculous, but yeah. I could easily traverse it. It's just annoying because I have 2 different functions here. And one of them is for capsules and things like that. I don't know how it's different. I should actually just check. Like, how are they different? Are they different at all? Here I early out if it's a static mesh. Right, this is if you don't have a mesh, right? What you're gonna use most of the time. Yeah, I mean, I just have a full physics system already, so if I don't have it, right? And there are things, changing the tree structure all the time. I feel like it's just necessary for me to have both, no matter what, eventually. But at least for right now, I need to implement walking the tree, because that'll make things a lot faster. Though it's not even like our CPU loop is doing actually no work every frame, but it is something that I have to do anyway, so I should probably just do that now. Yeah, I commented this shit out for some reason. Basically, I had humanoid things that I was going to use capsules for rather than convex holes, and so I made this function that basically, instead of using a mesh itself, just uses convex holes. But I don't think I ever finished implementing it, really, so... But I have to need it, and I have to do it later, one to the other. Yeah, I guess. It's just... There are things that I should do before it. It's complicated for me because I have an offline UV light mapping system, right? So it's complicated, very complicated, because that uses the BVH, right? I have to upload it to the GPU and it walks it in compute, right? So there's like a lot of things that touch that system, you know? So it's like not a trivial thing to do, you know? Because a lot of code touches that thing, you know? It's not just the physics and the runtime stuff, it's also the baking and all of that stuff that it all uses the same tree, you know? So if I split it into two trees, then, you know, who knows what bugs are gonna get created, you know? It's just gonna probably take like a day or two for me to figure that out, probably, so I just kind of want to figure out how to walk the tree, I guess, for this. I already have code that walks this tree, and we do it ray traverse scene BVH lighting. This was an old version of the code. I should really just copy the version from compute, the exact logic, and then just use that. It is just sort of annoying because I may have to, you know, make two versions of it, one for meshes and one for PCs without meshes, which is kind of gnarly. But yeah, because the PCs without meshes, what do they pass in? What do they pass in? They pass in CD0, which is their data. Yeah, there was a reason why we had to split it though. Can't really remember. Maybe we don't need to split it, I was just being stupid. Oh right, I wanted to split it because of this M holes count, just in case because I was going to have hole decomposition, right? And so I was like, what if a mesh has multiple convex holes, right? You need to loop through all of them. And so that's why I made it a separate function, because of that loop. But I probably shouldn't have. There's probably a way better way of doing it. But whatever. We need ABB intersects, right? If we do this, that's what we're doing. ABBs intersect, yeah. Yep. Okay, let's make the walk then. We have traverse scene BVH UV light map. This is a function that gets used. Okay. Well, we could just reuse this because this is the exact logic. And it is ADPB's intersect. Where is this used? This isn't used anywhere anymore because we're no longer... Oh, it's used when we do the... Oh, this is used when we do the... when we get the UVs, when we get the UV islands for our partial lightmap bakes. So yeah, that's literally, that's used for our lightmap stuff. That's on all the AI game engines. You never escape people that talking about it. I get asked about it a lot. I think, like, I hate when AI steals people's jobs. I hate when AI makes art and people just pass it off as art. It can't make art, right? It's just a replicating machine. But AI can be useful. I Google and then read the AI overviews. I sometimes ask questions to LLMs. I never let LLMs write my code, obviously, because it can't write good code. It just isn't capable of that. So I don't hate AI. I hate how people use AI. I hate the fact that when I go to get a fucking haircut and I say that I program, and then she tells me, oh, are your jobs getting stolen by AI? Yeah, they are, but they shouldn't be. Because AI isn't good at programming, but the rich business owners don't really fucking know good programming from bad programming, unfortunately. And so we're kind of in a crisis because of it. So that's my problem with it. That is kind of my problem with it. Okay, do we need all of this shit? Yeah, really, this should be in this function, in this file, because we need the manifold stuff. Right, this isn't this. This is this. I just really want to go from here and then traverse. So what would we take in? We would take in CD data, the collision data. Yeah. So collision data. Do I already pass this down? I do. MNPC collision data. And that's it. I hear you. See what was capable of was not really great. Yeah, I think the majority of programmers for the past 5-6 years haven't really been doing programming, if that makes sense. The good thing is that I'm kind of surrounded by people that do real programming, actual development, right? But I think that this is kind of like a consequence of that. It's like, LLMs can write websites and can write can call APIs and shit like that, right? But AI cannot build systems. Like, it's not capable of like actually building systems, like working systems. So I think that it tricks a lot of people. But I think that that's just kind of a consequence of just what's going on. But yeah. So we can derive the ABB, I believe. How do we derive the ABB currently? We don't, do we? What ABB will we use? Transform ABB by model matrix. Okay, got it. Yeah. MABB. Yeah, so maybe we should take in an ABB, because in the case of the capsule, then we'll need to derive it somehow. But for now, let's do this. So, okay, so we will take in the ABB. This nodes we can derive. What? Oh, it's a cast vec. Okay. Okay, so this should work fine already. We get the MN. And then, since it's not lighting, we don't care about any of this. And so the question is, what do we do inside of it? Inside of it, we find the manifold. So this is what we do. We find the manifold. If we want MN0 and M0, we want to get well, we won't get our mesh. I always wanted to do my own physics. Learn from Box 3D or something. Yeah, Box 3D is cool. It's a bit complicated for me, like reading their code. I do a lot of similar things, but their code has like so much system stuff in it, like so much crazy, abstraction and layers in the math and stuff. I kind of learned from Box 2D instead. A lot of the 2D physics stuff is the same in 3D, pretty much. It's not that hard. It's just really... It took me like a week of kind of playing with it until I got it to a point where it's good. And it still is kind of janky, but I feel like physics always is kind of janky to some degree, especially in like an independent engine. It's kind of hard to get perfect, because to get it perfect, it's a lot of time and then specific rules, right? Like for me, my inverse inertia, everything is treated as a box, right? So a cube, or that table mesh, we just the center of mass is just the center. But obviously the center of mass isn't the center. It would be closer to the top, because that's where the table actually is. So people that like have like actual like perfect physics simulations, you have to like handle all of these like edge cases and stuff. So I have convex holes for everything, right? I run incremental hole, I do GJK and EPA, right? But that's as far as I'm going to go. I'm not going to change the center of mass for every single prop, and implement different inverse inertia equations for each thing. It's just too much work for very little gain, At least that's my opinion on it. Okay. So this works. We want to get the mesh. What if this doesn't have a mesh? Do I not handle that? I don't handle that. I don't actually handle that. Huh. Okay. For now, we'll just go... If no mesh, then select well. Yeah, I mean, so the reason why I probably left that open is because I'm eventually going to have mesh nodes that just have capsules and don't have meshes, right? So I don't know how I'm going to get around that, but yeah. Hey, what's up, Anna? Yeah, I'm going to do capsules for humanoids, which is what I was implementing before, but it's kind of hard to have that work, but also have the manifold clipping work for static meshes and not break one or the other. It's like kind of really difficult to figure out how to do it. To be honest, I think I just copy this just straight up into there. The nesting is kind of disgusting, but let's just see how it looks and then we can abstract it later. We can abstract it later. Okay, so prop is MN global matrix. So we don't even have to, we can just do, this is technically the proposed position and not the actual position, but no one needs to know that. Okay. So technically that should just work if I did this correctly. This should technically just work from here. PC traverse scene BVH with MN PC CD. Always this scene data and the AABB that we calculate up there. And I don't know if that AABB actually works, by the way, so we're about to find out in a second when I test this out. I have zero clue if that works. Extraneous closing brace, really? Indented that deeply, okay. Okay, I'm pretty sure I forgot something, but we can just compile and see if I forgot something. Yeah, they all fell through the floor, yeah. I'm honestly not surprised. I have a kind of like a sad thing that this might actually be, the AABB might be incorrect. Possibly. But yeah. To be in place, although I like to not. I think you should start out with the not hand placed ones, and then later, like later, then you can do that. It probably just creates, unnecessary problems. If I would guess. Well, we fell through the floor. So it's either we're not seeing the floor or something. I should have that there. Yeah, it may have been this, I guess. Let us take a look. So I do take the ABB here and then do it again, so. Wait, hold on, at node 0. Okay, call it, okay, this is, mesh nodes. Mesh nodes. Mesh nodes. I doubt that that's the problem, to be honest. I doubt that it's a namespacing thing. It wouldn't have affected that, but. Alright, let's try it again just to see. Is this function funny? Is this function funny? Let's see what the ABB is. They don't seem ridiculous. I mean, maybe this one at 1 is kind of weird, but that might just be the table or something. Let's try transform by rotation. I don't really remember what that does. Okay, so that didn't work either. Alright, let's test if we're finding it, I guess. I doubt that we are. I doubt that we're ever testing. Just to see. Yeah, we never test. Let's try something. Let's try only using MABB. I don't know. This seems stupid, but just to see. Yeah, they still fall through the floor. Oh, why? Why such a pain in the ass? It's definitely this in ABB's intersect function, but going to be a while. So we are testing a lot. We are actually testing a lot. Oh, mn0 mesh equals -1 return. But that doesn't... Oh, but this isn't the static meshes, obviously. That's just testing all the dynamic meshes against each other. No testing against the static mesh. Nothing against it. Huh. I definitely had some trouble with this function before. Hence why I had this over here. But I could try traversing it this way and not using the next and the left pointers and all that. So I could try doing it that way. But it's definitely the traversal, and I didn't like fuck something else up, right? I could have fucked something else up. It could be that the AABB is wrong, but here's what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to traverse it the naive way, like this, and then we can just... I'm just going to traverse it the naive way and then see if the recursive way, which is going to take me a sec to set up, unfortunately. So I have to do that real quick. So cd sd write ABB. So we can test if it's somehow the pointers that are wrong, or if it's something else. Okay, that should be it. That should be the naive traversal. We have one more error because we now need to take in the current node, and so we will get pvh node pointer node equals castVec globals dot scene data dot pvh nodes pvh node, and we will do node here to start off the recursion. And it still doesn't work. So that's exactly what I was worried about. That is exactly what I was worried about, that even after implementing the naive traversal, it doesn't work. And it doesn't work because this ABB's intersect thing isn't coming true, even though it should come true. Let's print okay, so let's print the original ABB, the matrix, and the final. Okay, so the old one is the center is around 0, 0, 0. This seems completely fine. Then we have this matrix, and then this is the final. And in the final, the extents change a bit. The center moves. I don't even know what I'm fucking looking for here, to be completely honest. I don't know what I'm looking for. How about this? How about this? How about this? Instead of doing this transform ABB by model matrix, it's fairly complicated. Let's just straight up move the center, just do translation. Let's just literally do translation. Just literally do translation. Let's just do ABB, or just set it to MABB. Then we just do ABB dot center equals, just add MABB to the MN translation, and then let's just set, let's just recalculate the calculate ABB bounds. Okay, and then let's see this. Now they still fall. Is my BVH fucked up? Is my BVH fucked up? Like, at this point. I mean, it can't be, because I literally click it to... Oh, but I don't change the MN translation. I don't change the MN translation. Do I? Oh, the MN translation isn't changed, so I can't do that. Okay. Right. I don't actually change it when I do the proposed. That's the whole point. Yeah, I only do proposed and then I make it, and then yeah, so this can't work. I can do mat for mole point, which kind of does it, right? MN global matrix for ABB dot center, and then let's see this. Fucking Christ. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of stuck. My VVH can't be wrong is the thing. If my BVH was wrong, then I wouldn't be able to shoot a ray into it. I wouldn't be able to do this and select the fucking floor that they're falling through, right? I wouldn't be able to do this if the BVH was wrong, because I walk the BVH to do that. So the BVH can't be wrong. Let's do this. Let's see what mesh node, the floor is. It is. I don't have it. I don't think able to see which node it is actually, which is really annoying. I should put that in the editor menu that just says the mesh node. That would help us out a lot here. I need to know which node it is so that I can print out whatever the fuck is going on. NK label. I'm getting really hot in this room. I need to get something to drink. Okay, so I'm getting really fucking hot in this room. Okay, let's see. Got a fan. It's on. It's just southern US in the... I can't put the AC on when I stream. That's the problem. Okay, it's 6. It's the mesh node of 6. So I need to know if oh, but I need to know the node. How the fuck do I print this out? Let me see the other acceleration walk. Just on a hunch. Yeah, it's like 90 degrees in this room. I'm just sanity checking to make sure. I think it's the ABBs, you know. I think it's the ABBs. Here's what I'm going to do next. Just for debugging purposes, I'm going to get rid of all of the furniture other than one stool. And we're just gonna test. Why does it not let you... Fuck Blender, by the way. We're gonna get rid of literally everything else in existence. Everything other than one stool and the floor. Okay, fell through the floor. Okay, so now we can test. When the ABBs don't intersect, we need to check what the ABBs are. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it is checking against one ABB. What the fuck? What? There's no way it's not a static mesh, by the way. There's a 0% chance. I feel like I'm losing my mind here. This is so weird. Not static. The fuck do you mean not static? The fuck do you mean not static? What? What? What do you... What? 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 One zero is not static. This is 0, and it's not static. It's saying that it's not static. If M0 is static mesh, what do you mean that this isn't a static mesh? Sorry, I'm not really reading chat right now. I'm just kind of locked in and trying to focus on this. How is this building not a static mesh? Unless it gets the wrong... Unless MN mesh is wrong. It's pointing to the wrong place. I could also have, like, made a shitty mistake somewhere. Let's see the mesh. MN mesh. M. Right, we don't have a mesh. Let's see what the mesh is. So the mesh is 1. The mesh is 1, and I'm going to assume that our mesh is also 1. I'm gonna guess that both are... Oh, what's up, Ella? How are you doing? Breakpoints are my friend. Is that what I'm going through right now? I don't know if maybe breakpoints would help me. I don't know though. See, they're both 1. So the mesh node gets the wrong ID somewhere. Okay, so let's go to a new asset instance and let me see where exactly. I'm just talking shit. Yeah. What I'm doing is I don't think breakpoints would necessarily help me because basically something is getting the wrong ID somewhere. Maybe breakpoints would help me there, but unfortunately don't really have a debugger on hand that I'm, GDB would be, I think, not worth the effort right now. I can literally just print out the IDs here. Does something touch it after, I wonder? Maybe when I create a physics entity, do I change? No, I don't. Okay, so obviously this MNID isn't going to be the same twice, so we can just, it would help to locate the mesh, and call stack would let me know who is messing with it. I think that's above my skill. I pretty much just backtrace. I don't really understand the boogers. I'm sorry. So this is what I was saying. Is that 0 and 1? Oh wait, no, I didn't check the mesh. Wait, that's the problem. Is the mesh? Oh, the asset. Okay. So it's earlier before it's before this. It's before this. It has to be during the GLTF parsing then. It has to be. Asset nodes I dot mesh equals doc nodes I dot mesh. Okay. So this is what sets the meshes. And it equals what we parse in, okay? It's very simple. It's very simple. This is like, this is baby stuff, This is baby stuff. Okay, so we have the right mesh here. But then down here, we reference the same mesh. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, I mean, having a debugger would be pretty great, huh? I should probably just set aside some time. Wait, it is 0 and 1 here. Wait, this is 0 and 1. I feel like it has to be something with the iteration then. See, so this is what happens, right? So we have an AA1, which is mesh ID 1, mesh node 1, right? Because that's what this prints out, the mesh nodes, right? It tests against itself, it early outs there, and then it tests against the floor, and then it says that the floor has a mesh of 1, which is the mesh that we have here. So, yeah. Unless MN mesh isn't the same as mesh ID. That would be pretty funny. If those two are different, then we're completely fucked. If these two numbers are completely different, then we're completely fucked. We're completely fucked if that's the case. Like, you're so fucked. No, it's 1-1. It's 1-1. Okay, so we're safe. We're safe. Those match up. So yeah, this is just crazy. That's a classic. That's a classic typo. That's a classic typo. Nah, bro. Nah. Alright. We're gonna forget that ever happened, okay? That's a classic typo. That's a classic one. Yeah. Well, that was like 20 minutes of my life that I'm never gonna get back. But I'm glad that we went through it, because that happens like once a week, where I'll just make a fucking really stupid typo, and then I'll just like go down some rabbit hole, just like trying to figure out the bug, and then it turns out that there was no bug. Yeah, so basically what happened was I wrote this instead of this. So it makes sense why I was so confused, because there was no way for that number to get there unless some idiot wrote that instead of that, which is what happened. So yeah. Yeah, we're gonna collectively forget about that one and just pretend like that didn't happen. And we're gonna go back to not the naive traversal, and we're just gonna be happy. We're just gonna be happy-go-lucky now. I didn't export this again. Yeah. There is no bug in the code. There is just bug in the brain. That's the problem. The problem is the bug in the brain. Alright, now everything is fine. Nice. Okay, so that was supposed to be like a 5-minute code thing, and then it ended up being like a 20-minute find the bug thing. But yeah, I'm glad that we're done with that and that we implemented it somehow. Okay. So it turns out that this function was completely fine. So, okay. I think we can get rid of all the commented code. Yeah, there's like blog posts on the Box2D website or whatever that are like really good and teach you about bomb guard and all that shit, you know what I mean? So pretty good, pretty good, pretty good stuff. The capsule stuff, I don't really know how to do it. Should be the same thing, actually. You just call it from here. Like, let's actually just do the call and not be lazy. You can really just do it from here, actually. No, you should probably have this function to do it first, but what do we need? We need a node and an AAPB. Alright, we don't even need the node anymore. Let's get rid of that argument for debugging. The AAPB is for the capsule is we don't have one. Okay, but that's alright because we can make one. Let's make one. It's what happens when I code too fast. If I code too fast, then I just make silly goose mistakes. I don't even think that. Yeah, we don't even need to do any of this. You just call this, and then you're happy-go-lucky. I'm such a fool for you. There's a bit of function overhead here because we're just calling functions for no reason, just because I don't really have the capsule stuff to test, so I'm kind of worried about it, but yeah. Theoretically, that should just work, though. We could try, loading in the Shrieker, but remember when I did a PS1 game and I had to tessellate all the triangles, pre-tessellate everything? That was fucking fun. That was a lot of fun. Dude, fucking, displacement seems so cool. I kind of want to do it, but I don't really know how to do them. This room is fucking cooked to the top. To the brim. Is that what I'm supposed to say, to the brim? It's not too hard, just lots of math. Like, it's not that hard. It's just a little bit hard. What, you never did math before? Okay. What else did I want to get done? Right, I did the physics component thing. Dude, I need to take a mental reset after that. I also need to get a sparkling water, dude. I need a sparkling water so bad. It's so fucking hot in this room. Like, holy fucking shit. Oh, holy shit, it's hot in this room. Also tried the older version of Blender that Ian sent me, and it was unusable. So that's unfortunate. I thought that I was free from my torment, but unfortunately, we're not free from the torment. We still have to use this laggy piece of fucking shit software. Sorry, Blender. It's just you can't do any of the things that I need to do with it, so that's unfortunate. They also don't even have noise textures in there. Noise textures are gas. I did the thing to duplicate to do the noise textures, to make them seamless. You have to do like this crazy wacky thing. But I don't even think that mine are necessarily seamless. I don't know. You learn Maya in school. I wish that I learned a 3D modeling software in school. That would have been really neat. Because learning it myself is just kind of like I just kind of like make whatever, bro. Our material stuff doesn't really work. Like, that's very true. Our material stuff just doesn't really work anymore. So we should probably do that. Also, our metallic and roughness go to a 128. Like, bro, are you serious? Like, this should be like this. Generated separately? What do you mean generated separately? Oh, outside of Blender? Maybe. I don't know. I have like FBM and stuff inside of the engine, but I like the Blender stuff because it's like cool to texture it in the thing. I went from 3D model to character artist and only oh, cool. The industry is blowing up. Yeah, that is. Listen, it's fine. And we're all fine. No one is losing their jobs. No one. Just close your eyes. Just don't look at it. Yeah, this was bugging me. The diffuse needs to go before the ambient. That's just fucking common sense. Also, what the fuck is specular? Why do I have... Also, name this emissive. That's just me being dumb. Also, my diffuse should have RGBA. And if you close your eyes, does it feel like... Okay, so how do I do RGBA again? I have literally no clue how to do this shit. I love 3D though, so I don't regret the decision. Damn, that sucks. Was it you working on like actual, projects that just like sucked? Or what was the actual, the problem with the industry? If you don't mind me asking. Because that seems sad. I think it would be pretty cool to be like a 3D artist, I don't know. But what do I know? This dirty flag doesn't actually do anything. Oh, never mind, it does do something. I forgot what I was testing. My brain just shut off for a few seconds there. If I turn alpha down, does it... Okay, it doesn't go away. Okay, but this changes. The color changes. What does this do? That does nothing. The emissive doesn't do anything either. Okay. Does this do something? Yeah, it does. Oh, that's pretty cool. Whoa, the sparklies The Sparklies, yeah. The projects weren't fun. Damn. It's 100% effort because our level letters use meshes that are easy to snap together. Oh, I see, like modular or whatever. Yeah, I'm sure that AAA sucks. Yeah. I guess like I have it in my head that like if I worked at like a game studio, I think it would be fun. But like all of like my like the games that I would have liked to work on, like fucking like Half-Life and Crisis and like Splinter Cell and like the games from my childhood and shit. Like it's like I guess it's not like that anymore maybe. But that's like that would be my dream to work in like a studio like that, you know, where like it's everybody's kind of like really wants to do it, you know. Oh, thanks. I really appreciate that. Thanks a lot. I will use that to get a new computer. That will make me that's going to make me very happy, so I really appreciate that. I hope to get a new computer so that I can do more fun stuff. You know. You probably hate yourself unless maybe at Valve. I mean, I don't really know what modern studios are doing. I did apply to like a lot of independent studios like Larian, and I applied to the studio behind Journey, and like CD Projekt Red. So those are the ones that I applied to, and I got rejected from all of them. So oh yeah, like the senior devs of those, you know, must be like really cool. What's my specs? I have a Surface Book 2. But that's alright. I have apparently a check coming in the mail, and so I'm gonna try to get a new computer. Apparently I have a check coming in the mail. So I had at one point a ThinkPad. That must have sucked. Why does the emissives not work anymore? We should check that out. I could have just done that in the shader while we already were. See, is not that appreciated there? Went into embedded. Yeah. That's like the C thing, right? But I think I don't know. I would like to think that there would be a place for C, or at least C++ is basically just C in games. I really disagree with like the need for like object-oriented concepts in games programming. So I think it's like totally possible, but I don't think that teams want to work in C, unfortunately. So that's embedded does seem like fun, yeah. You're getting a graphics card for the ThinkPad. That's crazy. That is crazy. Got a lot of commented out stuff in the shader. Where's where I get the albedo? It's all the way up here, really. Okay, I do. And I multiply it by the diffuse. it might be that when you change the alpha, it doesn't. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. So this is actually a tricky issue for us. We have to. It doesn't actually change the sorting on it because the sorting is based on the texture albedo and not the factor albedo. And so this matte material KD.W oh, I see. I was like, are you actually gonna put it in there? You want a channel pack? I like having the factors. Do you like seeing game dev? It's just that so much of tooling is in C++. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, a lot of stuff in C++, but honestly, I feel like when I went to write C++, it's literally just C, but with a bunch of shortcuts. Like, it's literally just C, but like half of the code is written for you. I don't know. It felt kind of weird. I didn't really like it. It was like you can literally just like write a line and it's like 20 lines. It's like kind of ridiculous. I don't know. I feel like if I learned programming from C++, I feel like I wouldn't really understand how things work. Like, people that write C++ genuinely still don't really know how pointers work because they just work in like abstracted, like weird things. It's kind of weird to me that that's like normal. Anyway, I don't know why this isn't working because this opaque here. Let me test something. With good enough skills. Are we shading? I'm just trying to get this alpha channel to work. Let me just see if I go in the shader and I just change this to not albedo A, but matte.diffuse A. No. I may have actually made the slider bad. I may have fucked up when we were doing the actual editor code. So let's just see there before I lose my mind. Diffuse color A. Okay. No, it definitely is changing it. As well as a cool thank you. Basically wrote C, but in C++. Doing shit like constructors, yeah, exactly. Success in finding a new job in embedded. Yeah, that's what I kind of saw. There's a lot of people that have like, the typical embedded projects that are like, the temperature controllers and light stuff, and I feel like it's probably hard to get like to do projects that you stand out, such a goofy way. Why are they using binary code to color the lighting? Because that's all surfaces are, right? It's just all surfaces have curvature, right? I wonder because For some reason, the bottle, can I select the bottle? Maybe not. Yeah, the selection stuff is kind of janky still. This says that it has a material of cushion, but I don't think that it does. Because obviously it has a PC, so I don't even think that this is... Oh no, this is the cushion. Yeah, this is the cushion. But you can change the bottle here. And the bottle has a 91 alpha, and then when you make it go away, then it goes away. So it has to do with the albedo. Go ray trace myself? What do you mean? I can't ray trace on this computer. I ray trace offline. Sensors are not that difficult. Actually, embedded is grab the user data from users and send to our source. Interesting. I thought that it was like microcontrollers, but maybe not. Maybe you have the wrong idea of embedded. It has to be the sorting, right? It has to be the sorting. There's no way that it's not the sorting. Maybe the opacity has to sort first, then. I really wanted the shaders to be first, but maybe I can try this the other way around. Okay, let's give it a shot. Let's do the math for it. So this is going to be at 16, and then this one goes to 24, and then this one goes to 32, and then this is 48. It's about microcontrollers and some low power solutions. All of them are networking parts. Oh, I see. Uh-huh. Okay. Maybe I just lucked into... Yeah, this still doesn't do it. Okay, never mind. I just figured out what it is. I'm sorting this backwards now. I just figured out what it is. It's that we don't have blend on for everything. If I just turn blend on permanently, then it just will work. So I'm just being fucking stupid. I'm just being really dumb. I don't know why I thought that was the problem. It's obviously just this. Yeah, there you go. And now the cushions go away. I don't know why I was so confused. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, I was just being dumb. We need a thing to change the matte alpha mode, obviously. That's what we need. Also, just regarding C over C++, C is nothing to, so you're free to actually learn programming and do programming rather than, yeah, exactly. I learned a lot from stepping through Quake 1, so I suspect first impressions matter. Yeah, definitely. There's definitely some, you know, I guess if you mean by like first impressions, like that, you know, there's some level of like starting bias, you know, based on what we were able to learn from when we first learned programming. I feel like, yeah, you know, that's 100% it. Like, see, you don't have to really learn the language. You can just code, and I like coding, so I just like coding. You know, it's that simple, I think. I don't really, that's why when people ask me why I use C pretty much exclusively, it's just like, I don't know, it's like the programming language, you know, like, I like writing the code, I don't like it to write itself for me, so the C++ abstractions just, you know, they just don't really appeal to me. It's just that simple. We're gonna have a NK button label for this. We are going to put this into AM with the alpha mode for the mat alpha mode, and that's what we'll put in here. If NK button label AM or mat alpha mode equals Nuth. I really want to get Nuth books, but I think I would probably lose my mind reading them. But I've always wanted to read the discrete mathematics book, but it would probably break my brain and I would give up. But yeah, the bit shifting operators in C++, I don't get it. Similarly with Rust, the ampersands in the array stuff is just, I don't know, it's just really pointless to me. It's just really pointless to me. The syntax. What else do I need in here? Do I need anything else? I'm just kind of working on like random stuff today. Like I don't really know what the next big thing is that I have to work on. We can have AO strength. I didn't put that in. And emissive strength also. Didn't put that in. Yeah, the emissives also aren't working. I think that I disabled them simply put. Do I even have the emissives? Oh right, the mat emissive strength. That's what controls it, is the mat emissive strength. I should probably have mat emissive strength default to 1. Possibly. But yeah, let's do that. Let's go up to 512 on this because it can really go up. Okay, so that's the emissive strength, and I guess the AO strength. I think that I use the AO strength. I do. So let's just put that as well. We could try doing screen space ambient occlusion, which, you know, Anna was talking to me about. We could try it. I don't think that my computer is going to be able to do it, honestly, based on just the size of the kernel that I need. Like, regardless if I do it at half resolution, that kernel just seems brutal. So I have no clue if I'd be able to do it, but we can give it a shot, probably. We can probably give it just like a... Because I might need that early depth buffer just in case. I don't know. I talked about it with Jarvis. I said, hey, can I do this? If I do screen space ambient occlusion, you know, is it possible for me to swing the kernel? And it said, probably not, to be honest. But, you know, I can't do real-time GI. That's not possible, no. I have my offline GI with my UV light mapper, but I can't, I will not be able to do. The AO is something that probably would look kind of cool, but I don't really know how I would end up doing it. So if we turn emissive strength up, yeah, okay, there we go. But the emissives don't actually do anything unless we bake. Which we can see the bake, I guess. I kind of want to see it with the lights off, just to see if the emissives still work. Maybe the light even lower. Is that the emissives? Really? We can see it for more iterations and see. Did I just ray trace the floor? No, I've no ray tracing except this light map baking is ray tracing. It seems bright in here, which I don't like. Thank you. I really don't think that I'm going to be able to afford that. But my goal is a 3070. That is my real goal. So I really appreciate that. I'm going to need all the help I can get, but hopefully in the next month I will have enough to buy it, and that's gonna be really awesome, I think. So I've spent a long time on this channel working with this computer, and it's given me a lot of problems, but it's taught me how to code really good, I think, because I don't know. I think the length of the optimizations and the acceleration structures and the stuff, you know, takes a bit of pain to get through. Let's see just the indirect, because I feel like this is so bright in here. Yeah, this is so bright. So it's like insanely bright, like it's outside. I wonder if the light is not getting sent to the GPU. The fact that there's no light. There's no point light. So let's just test this out. Let's test out this theory by removing the point light completely. Because without the point light, there would be no light in the room. Why is it so white now? That's what we're trying to figure out. That is what we're trying to figure out. Huh. Really? Is that really the skybox doing all of that work? Did it bake? Yeah, we're baking right now. No, it's a nightclub. It was kind of supposed to be a nightclub. But it is much brighter in here than it's supposed to be, but then again, there is a skybox, you know? There is a skybox. I think this proves my point, though, because now it isn't bright in here. Like, it isn't as bright as it was before. So, I think that that light wasn't getting set to the GPU or something. Because now if we look at it like this, then, you know, this is pretty much how it's supposed to look with no light in here. This is how it's supposed to look. So for some reason that light, when we changed the intensity of it, it didn't re-upload to the GPU, which is a bit weird. So maybe I have to investigate that next. Anyway, to test the emissives, that's what I wanted to test in the first place. Oh wait, what did I just make emissive? Oh, I didn't change the emissive strength. You have to really pump the emissive strength for this stuff. Okay, but let's just try to rebake it with like 12 iterations. Just to see. Okay, now give it 100. I want to see the difference with the fluorescent cushions. How's it going? It's going well. Nice to see you. Like what you would see once you get their exact lighting. Yeah. That's my favorite shader variety. Geometry shaders. I had no clue about geometry shaders until we went through it. So I wonder if these are actually doing anything. I think that they are. It's just very not. Basically what you need to do is you need to make the emissive area lights, apparently. So, alright, Sienna. I think you need to make these area lights based on what I've read. So I think that's what you have to do, because they don't get good signal. But it definitely is changing something. But you know, they're not treated as lights. It's just if they hit them. So emissives don't really. They should be lights, apparently. So I need to look that up on how to do that. That should be something that I do next, because emissives are cool. Should be cool to play around with. Yeah, I wonder what that bug was with the light. It might have actually been this light. This light was also here. Oh, my GPU. My poor GPU. No, yeah, I guess it was that other light. Alright, let's do some investigating on that. On why changing the intensity of that light didn't seem to do anything. The lighting thing, the dirty flag gets set, and then when the dirty flag is set, then we set this, and then we type of an ice pack to overclock it. Maybe that's the trick, actually. Maybe that's the trick. Does bake lightmap bake over the current lightmap, or does it just make a new one? I think it should make a new one. I think it does. I don't think it combines with the old one. I can't remember. I think that it does. It doesn't. So I don't think it's that. There's not really anything that I can even print out for this, because it's definitely changing the intensity and it uploads the lights. So weird. Let's see the GPU code. Let us see the GPU code. So we solve light source here, and we use the L intensity. If L intensity is 0, this all goes to 0, no matter what. Right? Like Cruelty Squad. I think Cruelty Squad is cool. I think that it runs like shit though, so I never got to play it. Yeah, it's weird because here if L intensity is 0, then it should never... I could make something similar. Yeah, I like Cruelty Squad. I think that it goes too surreal for what I'd kind of want to make. I'd make something kind of grounded and emotional, I think, but also surreal. I've never played The Forest now. I have a feeling that L intensity somehow is not 0. But how? Is there maybe some misalignment on the GPU with this now? Oh, wait a second. Did we change our light struct? We did, didn't we? We added entity ID to it. But it shouldn't change anything. Ray tracing free? What do you have against ray tracing? I guess that there's a chance here, since we're triple buffering it, that maybe there's some weird thing going on with it. Let's do some testing. Ray tracing is not awful. Ray tracing is kind of cool, and it does a lot of ray tracing. I would probably do ray tracing as well if I had the computer for it. Because it's cool. See, this is about how it's supposed to be. I set it to 10 pixels per unit by accident. See, this is fine. Maybe I didn't set that to... Maybe I didn't set that to... God, this is taking forever. Bro, why can I not? Oh my god. Thank you. Alright, there we go. And now we get the computer fan. Do you like the sound of this? Lovely. Okay, so I don't know what the bug was. I have a feeling that I like put the wrong light to 0 or something. I don't know what I did, but I probably put the wrong light to 0 or something like that. This is so fun to play around with. What is the I think ray tracing is just overused in modern games. I don't think that every new title should have to have ray tracing. I think that there should be titles that can run on budget setups. That's what I think. But I do think that the tech behind ray tracing is fucking cool. Like, no doubt, right? I prefer the OG Tomb Raider 1 and 2 are my favorite games of all time. Like, I've talked about this again and again and again. Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 6 are my favorite games ever made. I also disagree with the whole thing that like ray tracing is just because devs are lazy. Like, ray tracing is not easy. There's a lot of like complicated stuff that goes into it. I know because I ray trace this offline. You know, I have a path tracer that does all of this, right? But yeah. This is kind of sick. But yeah. See, yeah, the frame rate really dips when we have the physics stuff going on. There has to be a way to cull a lot of the physics stuff. I don't know how to do it. I already cull a few things, but I don't know what the solution is to it. Like, we can only have so many props hitting each other at once, like this for... I wonder what the most expensive part of it is. I think that more than ray tracing at all, what's killed modern gaming is just like bad art design, you know, art direction. I'm doing forward. I don't have the memory bandwidth to do deferred on this computer, but I would be doing deferred otherwise. I think deferred is just the better modern way, to be honest. But to do SSAO, I have to do a depth pass pre-pass, which I could do now, just to test it out. But I don't know. Deferred is just easier to do modern effects, I feel like. It's harder to do anti-aliasing, sure, but that's like, you know. Yeah, PS1 is pretty cool. I personally like the PS2 more though, because that's what I grew up with, really. I didn't really get a console until I was like 8 or something like that. Maybe even later. I didn't really grow up with games. I remember when we got a PS2, and my dad and I played a lot. War of the Monsters. So you would get better transparency compared to deferred, or it'd be more expensive. Yeah, definitely. But then again, you know, forward is just hard because, you know, culling lights and things like this, like it's, you know. Or R4 Ridge Racer, no. Like I said, I hooked up my PS2 and I've been playing Drakengard, which is pretty fucking awesome. Pretty awesome game, yeah. I've also been playing Silent Hill 3 recently because I never played Silent Hill 3, and dude, underrated game. No spoilers. Yeah, Silent Hill 2 is so great, yeah. Yeah. Maybe I should try the depth pre-pass and the ambient occlusion stuff. I don't really know. I don't know. Everything else feels like I'm driving a boat in zero gravity. Hey, what's up, lad? Nice to see you. I think what I should try is the emissives, is turning the emissives into area lights. Let me look up. Should emissives be treated as area lights when baking lights? Yes, emissive materials should generally be treated as area lights. They emit light from a surface rather than a single point. However, treating them this way depends on your render engine and performance goals, as baking direct light from emissive meshes is often noisy and slow. Yeah, that's what I thought. Most professionals use an emissive material strictly for the visual look, then place a hidden area light or point light just in front of it to handle the actual scene illumination. Yeah, that's what I thought. If I want to have all these seat cushions as lights, yeah, it'd be very expensive to iterate all of them. So, yeah. You could do self-object emit for dynamics and area for statics. Yeah. What I'm just worried about the performance decrease for, you know, having, like, in the case of the seat cushions, if I had all of those as area lights, it would literally take, like, long time to bake that small scene, you know? Long time. So, I think that I might just straight up not do it. And instead just, like, cheat with, like, a point light that's next to it. You know what I don't have? I don't have spotlights. Self for all, otherwise not do it. I'm probably not gonna do it. Or by self object emit. Yeah, in baking, the bounce lighting is indirect. So what people do for the area lights, for the emissives in indirect, like light map baking, what they do is they actually have like the surface normal for the area light, and it does some funky stuff. So it's not just for the self object thing, it's kind of, it's to illuminate the space, you know what I mean? But yeah. But yeah, it would take forever to bake that stuff. Maybe if I have a scene where I need it, then I might do it. But like doing it all the time seems expensive, so maybe I don't do that. What I should do though is implement spotlights. I don't have spotlights in my engine. I never made a spotlight, which it sounds stupid, but I've never like needed a spotlight, but I should now make a spotlight since I'm kind of out of things to do. I need to know the spotlight math. I've actually never done this before, but it can't be that complicated. Okay. Light position, surface position, light direction, surface to light vector. PL minus PS, yeah. Find the distance, apply the inverse square linear formula, which is what we have. Compute the dot product between the inverse light to surface vector and the spotlight direction. So negative light and the direction. You dot them, and then compare theta to the cosine of the inner cone angle and outer cone angle. Cosine inner, cosine outer. And clamp to create a soft penumbra edge. Okay. Okie dokie, whatever you say, boss. Okay, let's figure this out. What is the difference between how the scene is being rendered between pre and post bake? It simply doesn't have indirect lighting pre-bake. So basically indirect lighting is all of the lighting that isn't coming straight from the light, right? So right now I have this light, and on the wall I can see the light, right? But in reality, what's happening is that this light is bouncing all over the place, and so my white desk ends up a bit yellow and brown because of the wall that's brown in front of it, right? So that's how lighting works, right? And so without the baked lighting, you don't have any of that bounced indirect. Now if you were doing ray tracing and things like this, you get that indirect in real time, meaning that if you move the table, you're recalculating that indirect contribution all the time, right? It isn't just baked. So that's a benefit of ray tracing in real time, GI, right? But I obviously can't do that, but that's the explanation of what's going on, right? Okay, so we have light type is 1, else we have this minimum light visibility disk. I don't know if this is pretty much just for point lights. I'm not sure, but we'll have to see. Yeah, peace out. Thank you for everything, and thanks for having these conversations with me. I hope that you enjoy working on your stuff, so thank you. Okay. So yeah. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that this equation is exactly what we have already. So our attenuation is 1 over 1 plus KCD plus K constant and linear coefficients. Okay. Okay, so this is different. Constant and linear coefficients. What are the attenuation coefficients? That's what I'm asking the AI overview. Okay. Okay, so I just don't have this. So we just have our attenuation here, which is just divided by the D2 times light intensity. I should implement more attenuation stuff then. Okay, so it looks like intensity equals theta minus cosine. So there's inner cone angle and the outer cone angle. So those are two things that I need. So let's just do that. Oh, nice. So you figured out the visibility stuff. That's cool. That is cool. I'm doing spotlights. I decided to do spotlights because I don't really have anything else to do right now. Oh, you did spotlights? Oh, I see. Yeah. I just need the inner and outer angle, right? That's all I need. That's like pretty much it, based on just like the AI overview or whatever. And then I just dot the negative L dl, and then I get that theta, and then I how do I get the inner and outer angle? Penumbra blend percentage to artists. Alright, peace out, Anna. Cone angle and penumbra blend percentage. You can calculate the inner and outer radiant angles using this logic. Okay, this is going to take all of the rest of our spaces. Okay. So this is already fairly complex. I really need to get something to drink and to use the bathroom, to be honest. I really need to get something to drink. Okay. I'll be back in a sec. Finishing setting up the slotting for each individual augment chip. Augment chip? What is that? Are you working on something embedded or something? This is awesome. That sounds awesome. Alright, let's see what we need to do to implement this. Okay. So we need to calculate the outer angle. Okay. So the fucking AI overview gave us default values that I'm going to use here for the light. Okay. So this is going to be a spotlight. It needs a dir. Let's make a dir of a project in Godot where the character is augment chips that decide the amount of augment slots. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So like an actual game, what I never actually get to make. That sounds cool. Is it like a an RPG or something? That sounds like something that would be up my alley, to be honest. Let's not forget to normalize it. So the cone angle equals cone angle of 60 degrees. Total cone angle of 60 degrees. What is 60 degrees in radians? Well, okay, we're just gonna put it at 1 because that's close enough. I don't know what fucking 60 degrees is in radians. I'm sorry. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. I don't know what it is. Penumbra. It says 0.25. Does Blender have a Godot plugin? I'm not sure what that would mean. Dude, these are so fucking good. Watermelon lime. It's so refreshing. It's so fucking good. Holy shit. Dude. I've been sober from alcohol for 3 years. But this would taste so fucking good mixed with like a Four Loko. That would go crazy. It's an action combat system. Okay. Hard locking, soft locking. Interesting. That sounds pretty cool. That does sound pretty cool. Is it like one of these things where you have to like buy augments and like customize your character, those sort of things? That's sort of cool. It's kind of reminding me of like that game I played. Like, oh, I didn't play it. I saw someone play it. With the anime girl, one of these new indie games that came out that was kind of like Deus Ex. You may know about it. If I don't remember, it had like breakcore soundtrack with like this weird UI, and it was like a Hatsune Miku, no. No, it was like an assassin stealth game. It was really cool. Feel like Monster Hunter or Armored Core, that's cool. That is cool. Yeah. Okay. So outer angle is the cone angle divided by 2. Okay. Then the inner angle is the outer times 1 minus p. I can't stand it when AI fucking puts the x instead of the dot for multiplication. I've done so much fucking programming and math in graphics programming, and x is cross multiplication. X is a cross multiplication. You use a dot if it's a multiplication. Like, it pisses me off when it puts an x. It just randomly puts an x. It pisses me off. Would it be possible to give a spotlight? Jiggle physics, yes. Yes. Lights can move in the engine. It's not really that easy to move lights, like jiggle it, but I have keyframes for lights positions and their color and things like this. Basically, I have a system where I have keyframes for any value in the engine that you can, move. Armored Core. I've never played it. I have never played it. Okay. So there's just the regular. You know what we should do? We shouldn't do it in the baking. We should just do it in this shader. Not that shader. In this shader. Just put it in this shader. Oh yeah, I don't even have the spotlight count, do I? Do I have spotlight? I do. I just never use it. I probably like the older ones even. Yeah, I really haven't heard that much about it. I've definitely heard of it before. Maybe I have. They're like mech games, right? I think I've seen some of it. Interesting. Yeah, I think I've seen one of the new ones because they still make them, right? I think I saw like one of the newest ones that came out, maybe on the PS4, PS5 era. It seemed pretty intense. It seemed pretty crazy. Okay, so I need inverse light to surface vector and then the spotlight direction. Okay, so inverse light to surface vector, so it's probably diff. It's actually 100% diff. It's dir, so L pause minus pause, right? So we get negative dir theta equals the dot of negative dir and L dot dir. And then the intensity becomes you have to clamp this between 0 and 1. This is theta minus the cosine of the outer over the cosine of the inner minus the cosine of the outer. These are constants, so these should be pre-computed. It actually was. Understand at this point. 6 finally came out. Yeah, I heard that it was like a big thing. It looked cool. It looked pretty intense. Like I saw somebody play it for a little bit, and it seemed like crazy. Like, like it just like whoa, like playing that must be fucking crazy. I probably would have enjoyed playing that even. What did I call this? Did I just call this outer angle? Alright, let's give this a shot. Yeah, maybe my sister has a PS5. She's been playing Red Dead Redemption on it. Outer angle is not. Oh, whoops. I also need to put it here. I need to move over. Everything over into there. Cause I feel. Okay. 608, 614. There's no code at 608. Oh, there's an extra. Is that the spotlight? I think it is. Because it's only on the fuck. It's only on the ceiling and it's not on the floor. I didn't multiply it times intensity, which I probably should have done. But yeah, I think it is spotlighting. I don't know why I just quit, but oh shit. um 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 I I have a feeling like I calculated this wrong. I'm just getting that feeling. Let's try the not negative dir. Okay, that just turns it around in the other direction. Cool. Let's try this. No. Let's see what our inner and outer angle end up being for this light. What the fuck just happened? Like, what was that? Finish this game from 10 years from now, you're gonna be... yeah. Might never finish it, to be honest. What? Where's this printout? Oh, here it is. 0.3575 and 0.5. Was that yeah, that is correct. The inner is less than the outer. The inner is less than the outer, so the The inner is completely right. Maybe it's the intensity. Maybe the intensity is just blows it out. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's this. No, but maybe it is the intensity. Maybe we should add. Okay, no, definitely don't add. See, that definitely works. Maybe just let me look this up. Must be strictly bound. If you multiply your brightness before clamping, your light will bleed over. Nah, yeah, this is, it's just giving me bullshit. Yo, what's up, Gerbil? It's just giving me bullshit. Oh yeah, that doesn't change anything. That doesn't change anything. Maybe I did that calculation wrong. Oh yeah, it looks like my code is correct. go outside. I never tried double negatives here. Let's make sure that we have the correct inner and outer are in that order. 100%. 100%. Not yet. This is just giving me a bunch of fucking bullshit. Alright, I'm just gonna find a proper resource for this shit because this shit is pissing me off. It's like, okay, let's hard code this. Let's hard code this just to make sure that I'm not crazy. Okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. It's just not getting uploaded properly. Okay. Okay, I'm glad that I hard coded it because we would have had a problem. Now our light does have an inner and outer angle. It's possible that the spotlights aren't coming through properly. That it might be garbage data somehow because we never did this. Okay, so let's see where we cull for lights. Determine light visibility per mesh. Oh god. The procedural terrain. I wish I could say that I was. I'm not really sure if I am, but hopefully I will find use for it. I'm already using the noise to do the shit with the walls. This is all the same noise stuff that was the terrain. So it's getting used somehow. We just hard code the light just to see. I think it's just lights 1. Okay, so it's getting the wrong light. It's getting the directional light. So spotlight offset is wrong. Oh. Oh. Spotlight offset. Well, spotlight.x. I never did this stuff. But, yeah. Let's go to the a spotlight. Yeah, I may not just fill it with data. I may not fill it with data when we go to render it. Okay, so let's find the draw buffer stuff. Okay, so spotlight count, spotlight offset. And then I do put it in, right? Spotlights equals spotlight offset, spotlight count. And I do have this set up in the instance data right here. So it is there. Okay. Thank you, I appreciate that. What is the difference between a cone of light being rendered as a physical shape versus the light just being a flashlight cell brightness filter? It is just pretty much a flashlight brightness filter at the end of the day. It's just a cone shaped cosine filter, kind of. I mean, it has like soft edges, right? But at least I think so. Okay, so it has to be. We can actually check here what it is. I thought that the closest indices. Alright, let's see it. Oh, spotlight is 1. Okay. So okay. Is it erroring? No. We aren't getting the right light here, but we're getting the right light over on the CPU. So it probably means that there's some stride issue with it. Offset plus closest counts. Point light. Closest point counts directional. Yeah, this makes sense. Because we do point, then directional, then spot. I'm just reading. I'm just trying to read and see. It might be offset somehow. Closest counts, definitely, we set it to 0, right? Yeah. All right, let's see this. No, yeah, it's exactly what it should be. exactly as it should be. And spot is 3. Okay. So I'm guessing that it has to be here. But let's just see. Let's just hard code. Oh no, but we can't. But we can't hard code it. Because it's in the SSPO itself. No, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. And it's a GPU thing, so it's like kind of hard to know. I can see here 12.2. And instance data has the right space. Huh. We are getting the spotlight. We're just not getting it in light indices. This total count. Total count should always be 2. It is 2. We believe in you. Yeah. I'll figure it out. It's just weird. Very weird. Do you think it's possible that we're running out of size in this SSPO? Definitely not. No way. Absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. There's something silly going on. It might be some stride thing in the GPU or something. Wait, what? Oh no, yeah, I meant I. 0, 1. 1201. That's exactly what it should be. So it's not here. It is not here. What I might try to do is try to pass through hard code just one into here, just to make sure that the pipeline works. How do I chapter? What do you mean chapter? So the pipeline works. So the pipeline works. It has to be the SSBO then. That's the only thing that makes sense. That it's this SSBO. But why? Organization itself. Oh, wait a second. Wait. Why is it working? Hold on a sec. What? No, you're fucking with me. Why is this now working? Oh wait, I have this hard coded. Okay, I had this hard coded the whole fucking time when I was testing that. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. So we proved that this doesn't work. Because with 1 and 1, it still doesn't find the correct data. But if I set this to 1, then it finds... Okay, now I'm really confused. Now I'm really confused. Why doesn't this work anymore? Why can nothing ever be easy? I'm hard coding it. Okay. Dude, like, what, are we fucking serious right now? Why do you not have... Is this not aligned? Oh my god, it's not aligned. Wait, why is this not aligned? Oh my god, it's not aligned, you fucking freak. Wait, why was it? It was never aligned. I thought that this was pre-aligned. Oh my god, it was never aligned. This was never aligned properly. I just didn't notice it before now. Oh my god, these are not floats. These are not floats. Oh my god, I forgot to change the type. Oh my god, I forgot to change the type, and I've been sitting here fucking like an idiot. Well, it's not like they were aligned properly anyway, so it would have been a problem anyway, so... Yeah, they were not aligned. They were not aligned. It's always a fucking alignment issue, I swear to god. It's always an alignment issue. It's never... It's never an actual code issue when it comes to the GPU stuff. It's like 99% an alignment issue thing. Is that correct? I feel like this is not correct. That's a wrong... that's the wrong... That's the wrong direction. and the wrong color. Oh, I didn't add. Oh no, I did. Wait, maybe now it's not. Now it's not aligned. Oh no. Oh no, it was aligned. It was aligned. It was aligned. I'm just stupid. It was aligned. It's just that I can't believe that. I left them as integers, and when I was coding it fast, I just didn't really think. Okay, so this is aligned properly now. Okay, there we go. There we go. I don't know why lights 1 didn't work. It should be just lights 1. Why does this not work? I don't know why it's not lights 1. Is it lights 0? 2? I have no clue why that. I guess I'm just gonna take the win. Oh, probably because of the triple buffering. Probably a triple buffering thing. Okay, we have a spotlight now. We have a spotlight now. Okay, now we can avoid doing this and pre-compute it for each light. Black magic successful. Well, the only black magic was me not being stupid at the end of the day. So, if that's black magic, then, well, I don't know why I can't. Oh, that's directional light, that's why. This is directional. I think they were limited to one directional light, and that's why it doesn't show up. I don't think that light type can go to 2, so I need to change that on the editor thing. Science is closer to magic than the person you're talking to has no clue how it works. Yeah, I have no clue how it works too, so you and me both. Okay, so we can pre-compute some of this stuff on the CPU and then send it to the GPU. But that means that our GPU lights have to be different from the CPU lights. So we have to make that abstraction now. Van Gogh by Starry Night. Wow. Compare me to Van Gogh. Damn. That's crazy. Okay, so we're gonna make a static allocated array and move this into this and then send it to the GPU, similarly to how we're doing it now. It's kind of a pain in the ass that we have to make two separate structs, but it's more efficient. We shouldn't be doing the cosine math per fragment, so that's what we're gonna avoid here. So would you want to see that calm down? Around. We're just gonna do this. Fuck. Write it fast, write it fast, write it fast, write it fast. Write it fast, write it fast, write it fast, write it fast. That was so close to being correct. Fuck. No, you piece of shit. There we go. Nice. Helix. Oh yeah, that's some fucking helix magic right there. Helix is the best. 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 Okay, so we need to calculate the cosine diff and the outer cosine. Outer cosine is going to be cosine f of the outer L, outer angle, okay, and then cosine diff is it's inner minus outer. And then we put that into GPU lights. And now we go into here and change our light struct. This is outer cosine, and this is cosine diff. And this means that we can not calculate this all the time. L dot outer cosine over times outer diff, and then we'll just put outer diff outer diff, cosine diff. That's what it is. L dot cosine diff. L dot cosine diff. And this one is going to be 1.0 over. Okay, and let's see if we did that right. Oh wait, hold on, don't. Upload the we also need to go to init, go to light SSPO and do light GPU here. Boom. Fuck. Fuck you. Okay. Unable to find, oh, I have a syntax error. Hold on. Yeah. And there we go. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, and my computer is crashing. Okay. Oh, fuck. I never set it to 0. Oh, well, hold on a second. I need to kill some processes. Okay, cool. We're alive. Okay, so let's not do that. Hopefully that was the bug. And we're actually fine now. Okay, we're fine now. How about a way to make the icons easier? The new icons over top. Playing with this is kind of fun. Now, what do you use a point light for? That's a good question. I don't really know what, but we have them now. We do have them now. What we don't have is we don't have them in the actual light map, so I have to do that now. I have to go through all of our compute shaders. And change the types of everything. Lightmap and knit we don't use. Okay. So now we have to bring the same lighting calculation into the light map, where we sample the lights for indirect. We have to replicate the same thing. So here we do it all in one. We're gonna split it up now for this purposes. We made two types. We could extend the slot range even further. It's like 100 due to 4 to 6 rarity. That's cool. That sounds pretty cool. I like rarity systems in games a lot. I don't even know if I should be doing this dot thing on the light map. I don't even know if I should be. Because it's already like cosine weighted. Let me look this up. Okay, so that's it is true. I do need to do this. But what happens in the middle here is for if L dot light type is 2, then we do the negative dir is the is L as L. And then this is the L dot dir. That's the same. And then this is the same. And then just lighting time equals intensity. That sounds awesome. One of my favorite games was Fate growing up, which is like one of these like RPGs where you like, it's all about the rarity of the items and shit. It's like awesome. It was awesome just like finding loot in the dungeon and then just like equipping it and suddenly becoming like insanely powerful because it's like a pink staff, you know what I mean? Like that, the dopamine is insane. The dopamine is just fucking insane. Absolutely insane. Alright. I think that this is actually all we need to do for it. I think that we have to do the same thing for the probes, actually. Alright, let's see. Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, they would have gem slots and shit like that. Yeah. Yup. I just want to see if the probes get it, but I feel like the GPU is kind of mad at me right now. So if I do a lot of iterations, it's probably just gonna fucking be pissy. Fuck it. Holy fucking shit, that takes forever. Holy fucking shit, that takes forever. It's if statements, man. GPUs hate fucking if statements. So this branching is just disgusting. It's really disgusting. Yeah, this would be cool if it didn't take forever to bake. That would be pretty chill. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Oh, the GPU just got unmad at me for a second here. Holy shit. We're actually 60 FPS for a second. Nice. Nice. Has Blender been open this whole time? Yeah, of course. Classic. Classically Blender open and suffer. just close it. We don't need it right now. Okay. So we should add the shit to the editor game called Definance? No. I haven't played Defiance either. Oh, where am I right now in the code? And maybe I will. These are all the lightmap settings. Fuck you. I don't think we need a spot dirty because at the end of the day, it's all going here. And really what we should do is calculate the inner angle here as well and the outer angle there as well. We shouldn't have it like here. We should just do it here. So this spot dirty doesn't even need to happen. That's pretty cool. Seems like penumbra can only go to like whoa. Wow. Black hole. God, yeah, the iterations for my GPU is mad at me. It was ridiculous. Is that a shader? What do you mean? I mean, it all goes to shaders. Oh, that's kind of fucking trippy. This kind of reminds me of a bar that I used to go to with my roommates. I kind of didn't like it. They would play like good music though. They would play like blues and stuff. It's pretty weird. But expensive place. Way too expensive for my fucking type of thing. God, this kind of reminds me of like just like staring at the ground on acid. If you've done it before, then you know exactly what it's like. On acid, I've just like straight up just like gone outside to a parking lot and just stared at the ground for like 20 minutes. I swear to God, I've done that before. Yeah, in a space like this, you probably have to go a long time in terms of iterations, probably like 200 plus. You should probably take advantage of the GPU not being shitty. Looks great, thank you. It isn't cheap though. I mean, for me it's not cheap. Yeah. You probably need like 700 to 1,000 iterations on a room like this. Unfortunately. To even it out. like a cool hub area. The use I have for it in my mind is like that this is like you gotta go here and you're asking for this kid. You're trying to find this kid and you have to find him. And it seems like the last place you'd find a kid is in a bar. But there's something about it. There's something about it. Yeah. I wish the save button worked now. Let's try it. Let's try it. Bar. Bar scene. Save scene. A load scene. Crash. Yes. Okay. So now we have to figure out why that crashes. A stage or something, possibly. I see. My kind of vision for it is that there's a shoulder in the corner, a statue of a shoulder that everybody's crying on. That's the way I see it. Zero memory. Free. 1561. 1561. 1561. Free m nodes buffer. If m nodes buffer. Free m nodes buffer. Every mesh should have that, yeah. Let's go to init mesh new. Let's go here. I don't set I don't ever set mesh nodes dot buffer equals null. I don't ever set this. I don't ever set that, so let's try it again. Really? 1564 this time. Try ABBs. Okay. And leaf indices. Just set everything to null. I never set that shit to null. I guess we never really saved an object with a scene with dynamic props before, which I guess it never crossed my mind. Bind material, segfault, dynamic shader. Dot uniform dot 18 location pivotome shader. Okay, that's not saved. That's not saved, that's why. That's getting mad at me. That's something that we didn't ever save. Okay, what is that on? Is that on, that's on material, isn't it? Material has a shader. That's what we need. Material, where are my materials at? Where are my materials at? Materials are here. I also need to f-read the names and stuff. I don't do that. So we need to save the shader. The lights are similar. We need to save all of that information. We don't save all of that information, so that's important. We need to save for our light. We need to save all of this. We need to save it like this. We need to save float for the cone angle and for the penumbra. And then we also need to write it. God, there's so much fucking code in this file. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. I think any seasoned engine developer will tell you that there is nothing more fucking taxing than working on save and load. Save and load is the killer. Save and load is the world ender. It is the hardest fucking thing in the world for some reason. I don't know why, but it just is. It just fucking is. We don't even save animations yet. I got this like line on my face. I think it's like a cut or something. I don't know. Alright, let's see what else we missed. Oh, it's saved. Let's try to fuck things up a little bit. And then let's see if we save and load. Nope. Name bar scene 1566. 1566 M nodes buffer. Huh. Oh, I never set it to null again. I see. I see. I never set it to null. I free it, but I don't. I set it here. I set it. Otherwise, yeah. I spilled weed in your yogurt. Rip. Is init vector what you want? Does init vector... Yeah, init vector zeros it for you, or it sets it to null, so that's what you want. I should really get rid of all of these. I'm pretty sure we can just get rid of them now. Sorry. Does read vector... Yeah, it does init it. Okay, this should help us. Yeah, the keyboard locking doesn't work anymore. Oh, we got one again. 1807. We never said mn UV map equals null. Every time we free, we have to do that. But we free this buffer afterwards. Oh, but here we free it too. Now then, it has to be a problem with when we read in. I didn't do that. Okay, that was the problem. Everything has to be null all the time. Okay, we seem to be good to go now. And I put the chairs back to where they were. Okay, perfect. Is that dot cube? Yeah, it is. That's just so we know where the light is coming from, so that we can click on it and stuff. Alright, now let's try to go back into it and see if we can load again. Yep, loaded up fine. Everything is correct. I totally killed your groove. Yeah, that sounds not good. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. We could try the SSAO thing now. Because what else are we gonna do? I wonder, I kind of want to play around with this. I want to see in physics if we set this value to lower, if we set it to 8, how does this work? We also probably multi-thread the update for it. The real cost is the GPU cost, which is something that we have to cut down on. Immediately what I want to do, actually, to like help our GPU cost, is to just make the FPM texture size pretty low. I think that that will immediately help us out. Yeah. I kind of wonder how much this Sobel and history FPO are fucking us up. So I just want to try without it to see maybe our GPU likes it a lot more when we don't do that stuff. Calling GL buffer data once a frame is also, we should be calling it stream draw. We should have a button that toggles it. Anyway, let's see what it's like without it. Just to see, because I'm curious. On different GPUs. Well, if you're writing it on a GPU like mine, like a shitty Pascal GPU, then you've gotta chill out a lot, you know. Yeah, we're locked at 16. We're locked at 16, 18. Maybe it's all of the texture samples. My GPU also doesn't really like whatchamacallit. Yeah, we should definitely put it back to 512, the FPM text. My GPU really hates high resolution textures, so. But this is a lot of texture samples every frame, but why is the wall bumpy now? Because I disabled some stuff. Because I'm testing the frame rate. Yeah. I don't like putting my GPU on, that setting because of the fan. Maybe the donations will help me get another a GPU. So maybe I shouldn't worry about the performance for right now. But I am kind of worried about the performance. Not gonna lie. At the end of the day, it's one light. Is one light. I could bake versions of the texture that are lower res and then see if that helps with performance. Some of these textures are pretty high res for no reason. Like the cushion, for example, is 1024 when it could really just not be a thing. I really like everything being at 2K. The walls, I mean, is pretty cool. But maybe I just can't handle it. I don't know. Probably have to do some work with profiling it. But it's definitely don't look pretty low poly, yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. If we want to count the amount of triangles here, how do you do this again? You go to statistics. This is actually only 10K triangles. 10K triangles. Which really isn't a lot. Like, compared to, some other things, I guarantee, I guarantee that it's the windows that are the most of the triangles. Like, if we just select the windows are 3,000 triangles, which is a big amount of the. Oh, you meant do look low poly. Yeah, they are low poly. I think it's the textures. To be honest, like all of these textures are 1K. Like the cushion is 1K, for example. The bar I'm pretty sure is 1K. I think everything is pretty much 1K. I can't. How do you see the resolution? I don't even know how to see the resolution. But I believe it's 1K. Show metadata. X resolution 72. You're being funny. Barwood. Yeah, the metadata doesn't tell me anything, like the resolution, but oh, it's 1K. It's 1K. But then this is also 1K. So I think this is 2K. This is wait, this is 1K? Oh shit. Wow, this is 1K as well. So everything here is 1K. The bottle doesn't have a material. The glass doesn't have a material. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 1K textures. Yeah, this one's 1K as well. Actually, yeah, the diff for it is only 500. So 10K tries is a lot though. I mean, for what it is. For example, I believe Sponza is 70,000 tries. So this being 10K is kind of a bit of, anyway. It could be some of the uploads that we're doing. It could be the fact that we're uploading things a lot. Like, we don't do this flag anymore. Is the color rendering tied to the texture resolution scaling? Yeah, it has to be. That's how fragment shaders work. Hey, what's up, Cheese? I'm doing well. I'm doing well enough. I could cache the locations. I don't cache all the locations. So I could cache the locations. I don't cache this location, this location. I also don't cache this location, this location, this location. And this location and this location. So there are about 5 or 6 that I don't cache, but it's only called once a frame, really, or twice a frame. What can your computer play? Something like performance shouldn't be too bad for me. I'm doing PBR. You know what I mean? Like the lighting stuff that I'm doing, it's not rudimentary. You know what I mean? Like the lighting calculations that I'm doing is not. You know, it's not like that. You know. I'm doing PBR with 3 textures per material, you know, with multiple lighting sources. Fallout New Vegas, I've played it, you know, it is none of that. None of that. That's pretty much just muddy diffuse everywhere. It's not that the lighting is bad. It's that the lighting material calculations, everything's very performance intensive, very memory intensive. It's, you know, it is. Alright, let's cache some locations. Let's do some locations. Okay. Well, no, it doesn't look heavy enough to be having issues. Okay, well, I mean, I'm streaming it. I'm rendering it at 720p in a tiny window that is then compressed by a capture card that is then rendered on a 10-year-old computer at 720p. So that's probably why it doesn't look heavy enough to be having issues. But we are sampling about, you know, give or take 10 textures per fragment to pull off the effects that I'm pulling off. If you want me to, you know, strip it down so that, you know, it's to the level of, you know, it's, I don't know, then we can do that. But, you know, I'm on, you know, an 8-year-old laptop with thermal issues where I have to have it on here, or else this, you know, you hear this? This is with Blender open. This is just Blender. This is what my GPU sounds like. Right? So, like, it's not capable of doing what I need it to do. Right? So, yeah, I mean, I don't exaggerate. What I'm doing, like, visually is not cheap or, you know, rudimentary, right? There are normal maps, there are ARM textures, there is, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's literally 21 uniforms in the Uber shader. Like 15 textures, you know, per fragment, you know, like it's, there's a lot going on, right? But, you know, maybe it doesn't come across like that, but, you know. But you know that does kind of like fucking tilt me, you know, for someone to say that, but you know, it does kind of tilt me a little bit. Not gonna lie. Why are the shaders counting up? This isn't the shaders counting up, this is the locations. Each one of these is a data point that is getting bound to the shader so that we transfer it from the CPU to the GPU. So that's what all of these numbers are, is each one is a different one. I'm caching the locations so that we don't have to look them up in real time. Because it's cheaper. It's just an optimization, you know. No, yeah, I get that you weren't trying to be a dick, right? But, you know, I have spent about like 2 years in a room programming computer graphics on like the worst, you know, computer possible. I'm not like saying that I'm like the best programmer in the world, but I kind of do know what I'm doing to like some degree, you know. Like, it isn't like this is my first time doing this, you know. So it's you know, it's kind of tilting, yeah. But I mean, I get that you're not trying to be a dick, but you know, it is kind of like, you know. Okay, let's see if I broke anything. I broke something. Unless I shut it off. I didn't shut it off. The FPM texture is not set. Or, oh fuck, I had everything as one I instead of F. That's what it is. I think everything is I though. Everything should be I. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay. So we're at 3 milliseconds on GPU time, but that's not gonna stay for long, I'm pretty sure. But at least I did the right thing by caching the locations, because that needed to get done eventually. I want to wait to see how long it takes for it to go. A little bit of a hitch there. 5. Yeah, there we go. 19. Yeah. That should be 0. What is that? Is that supposed to be something else? Lightmap. Oh, use probe. Use probe. We don't have a dummy directional map, do we? I wonder if that's got something to do with it. Or something like this. With the directional map. It's not like we were using it anyway, actually. It was probably optimized out. The wall shader is animated. You couldn't tell that before? I guess it just doesn't come across over the stream. Alright, let's reset and try it again. We're just gonna try it until it works. Alright, no animation this time, and we'll see how long it takes. Zero animation. if it never hits, then it's definitely that's the problem. Okay. Is it baking? No. No, we're not baking anything. I'm testing the performance with different things, toggled on and off. Up, hit a hitch. Here it goes. Eight, 9, 10. Yeah, there we go. 17. So it has nothing to do with the animation. Has nothing to do with the animation. It just will always overheat. And there's nothing that I can do about it, so. Yeah. Well, that was cool. Yeah, I want to go back to before I ever did PBR. My old engine where I just had diffuse lighting and everything was fucking PlayStation 1 style, and you know, where I could get away with it. But now I can't. So, whatever, who cares? Let's just fucking let's just implement the depth prepass, and fuck it, like who cares? Who cares at this point? About the performance, I can't even test the performance, so I'm just gonna fucking code a good engine that I can't run. That's what I'm gonna do. No. That is what I'm gonna do. So let's just go depth prepass FBO. Have I played Grand Theft Auto 5? No. For like maybe 10 minutes. My roommate had it in college. I'm just gonna code an engine that I can't run. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Let's do a depth prepass. We just have to draw everything beforehand to a buffer. And it's only a depth buffer. It's just like we do the shadow map. In fact, I'm pretty sure we could just do the same thing and just write depth to a thing. We should probably just like look at how I set that up for the shadow map and do the thing the exact same way. I may want to I may want to make a new depth texture, I think, so I'm just gonna do that. I don't think we need it, but I think just to be safe that we don't touch the current depth texture until this one completely works. Okay, so it's basically just gonna be this, I'm pretty sure. Except the compare mode is going to be different. Okay. I can't remember. Oh, actually, let's go back to see what was commented out here. We're gonna need this. Make a switch for the stuff I can't. Literally, I would have to switch off all of this. All of this. All of it. Pretty much all of my engine I would have to switch off. Right? Like, I could technically make a toggle that just, you know, switches everything to just regular diffuse. Yeah. But it's like, this is my engine. Like, you know, like the level of it's not like I would be disabling ray tracing or, you know, anything. Like, I'd be literally disabling the lighting calculation, right? Like, all of my baked arm textures, roughness and metallic textures, all of my baked normal textures, I would have to turn off. So I can't just, you know, it's like, it's not. Okay. We have it at 24, which is what it needs to be. And we are going to draw it, I think. The good thing is that this is pretty much already set up for us. We do this shadow map pass here, right? It's going to be the same exact thing, but with the instance VBO. It's going to be just this, the same call, except on a different FBO. Okay. So this will be depth pre-pass FBO. We are only going to clear depth because we only have depth. Yeah, you know what? I should probably stop clearing color here. I'm kind of... Let's just make sure that this doesn't break anything, because I kind of want to just do this. Let's just see if this breaks anything when I turn off that. Honestly, compared to all of the shit that I'm doing, compared to all the lighting calculations, one more draw call with a shader that's just empty isn't going to fucking do anything. Oh my god, this is fucked up. I forgot to change the render width and render height. Oh my god, I didn't fucking compile. Okay. Okay, so this works. The shadow map is working, so. It's also something that you don't think about, right? The shadow map. The fact that the entire bar, the inside of it, is sampling the shadow map. Every pixel of it is shaded by the outside light, you know? So there's also like that cost as well. It's a, you know, serious cost. It's not, you know. Okay. So instead of shadow draw call count, we're doing the regular draw call count. We're doing the regular draw commands. All of this goes to the draw command counts, draw command offsets, and don't do instance offset because we're doing the regular draw commands. And that should theoretically do it. That should theoretically do it. That should theoretically do it. Yeah, let's make sure that we also, we have main VAO here as well, so it's fine. Okay, so let's sample this texture, just so that we can check. Yeah, it is a thing, yeah. So let's just put it on 8. Depth pre-pass texture, and let's call it depth pre-pass. I just want to make sure that this works before we move on. Okay, so let's do the depth pre-pass. Let's just set color.rgb equals texture udpp uv.r, set it to vec3, and let's see what we get out of that. We can try linearizing the depth as well, but let's just make sure that we're getting it sampled correctly, and I didn't fuck that up. Depth pre-pass texture. Okay. Oh, fuck. I bound the wrong FBO. Okay. Seems like it has the wrong matrix. Oh yeah, it does have the wrong matrix. It doesn't have a shader yet. So it's going to the shadow map shader. Okay. Well, it is working. We just need a new shader for it. Yeah, we need a new shader for it, unfortunately. Yeah, I just thought maybe I could do it without it, but yeah, we do need a... It's going to be pretty much the same as our shadow, but a bit different. We're going to take in the regular light camera, which is binding 0. And that's pretty much going to be the only difference between the two. Yeah, that's really going to be the only difference. It's kind of a shame that I have to, you know, make a different one, but whatever. Technically, I could do a define for it, but the structural complications of having to do that is kind of fucking annoying, so I'm not going to do that right now. And also it should technically just be different because they're two separate, completely separate tasks, and I might need to actually do like more gbuffer shit in this later anyway, so it makes sense to have them separate. Okay. Whatever, we'll just make another one down here. Okay. Okay. Alright. So let's bind this. And let's see the texture now. That should just be everything grayscale. The fuck is this? Okay. What did I put in here? Is this the correct, is this the correct one? Camera data? It should be the exact same thing. It just changes the name of everything. It's this exact same fucking thing. And the frag is empty, so it doesn't matter. It's weird. It's really weird. How about this? Let's just draw the shadow vertices. Just to see. Okay, now this is just fucked. Okay. And without anything, we shouldn't see anything at all, right? Yeah, just white. What is that pattern? Maybe cleared up 0. No, yeah. What is that pattern? Let's make sure that the draw call matches this draw call. It should be the same. But I don't think that it is this. That's the problem. Oh yeah, this isn't the problem. Maybe it's how we set up the texture and shit. Hold on. It feels like a camera, like the matrix is incorrect. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. Let me make sure that I made the shader right. Oh my god. Fucking Christ. It left it .vert when I copied it. Okay, there we go. This is correct. Now everything is in grayscale. And that's what a depth buffer looks like. Hard to see because it's not linearized, but it's like Silent Hill fog. Okay. Got it figured out. That was worrying me for a sec. I thought that I fucked something up. Okay. That was the easy part. Okay. It's not black magic. You just draw everything, but you don't draw it. So basically, you just draw everything to see how far it is from the camera, and that's a depth buffer. So that's why it's black and white. Okay, so now we have to look at so I talked to Jarvis earlier about this yeah, so it's a 64 kernel, which is what I saw in Learn OpenGL as well. I believe it was also a 64. Yeah. So you get a randomized hemisphere. I should pull this up on here. So let me do that real quick. Okay. Okay. Okay, so first of all, the first thing is this G position thing. I think G position is not the same as the depth buffer, so let me look this up. How to get G position from depth buffer. Reconstruct it in your fragment shader. Read the depth value. Transform screen coordinates and depth into clip space. Multiply by the inverse projection matrix to reach view space. Can I do this in one shader? Depth buffer. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so I don't even have to do any fancy math for this. Which is pretty nice. Because I'm not even deferred. I already have the position, right? So I could just set this to now this is a little bit annoying because now we have to go over here and change some things because of how we ended up doing this. We need another. Do they have a vec4 G position? Okay, so that's what we will have as well. I'm guessing that the fourth thing is the depth. Store linear depth in the W. Okay, so negative frag view pause dot z. Okay, so I should just have it as a 3-channel texture instead of a 4-channel. Theirs is 4 channels, but I don't know what their fourth thing is. They have G position equals frag pause, but this is a vec4 and that's a vec3. This doesn't even fucking compile. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Sorry, that just pissed me off. Like, I'm gonna guess that it's GL RGB 16F. That's what I'm gonna guess. We have some names to change. At this point, we might as well go fucking deferred. I guess. Okay. Now we are going to get an error in here. We should change this to G position texture, just so that we know that it's working. Okay. So we have G position with this. We do GL frame buffer texture on both of them. GL color attachment 0. G position. Depth texture. Boom. Okay. So now in our frag shader for depth prepass, which we have to make now. Can I just get some boilerplate, please? Boilerplate gun. If you understood it, I don't know. You know, it's just a lot of work for nothing, you know what I mean? Just a lot of work for nothing. So we just write G position equals V world pause. And some backers. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I think that that's it. I think. Hopefully. Now when I read it in post-process for testing, this is going to be .rgb now. Okay, I'm probably missing something. Oh yeah, that's what I'm missing. Missing that. Oh, I didn't fucking compile. Unknown semantics specified for V world pause. Unknown semantics. Oh. Oh fuck. Why? Why are we writing to it like that? Why are we writing to it like that? Yeah, this is what it should be like, I think. Why are we writing to it like that? Oh, this doesn't put it on the right FPO. Okay. Need to put it on that FPO. Okay. Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to be seeing. If this is what I'm supposed to be seeing. It seems like not what I should be seeing, to be honest. Oh, I know why. It's because we aren't clearing it. What am I looking at here? Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is supposed to be the world position. So this is just, the Northern Lights, yeah. Okay, that sort of makes sense, I guess. Maybe. Let me look up what this is supposed to look like. Okay, I think that this is wrong. Mm-hmm. Green channel should go from bottom to top in a smooth gradient. This is so yellow. I don't know if this is correct. Hey, what's up, Joshua? Lionel Richie. Okay, let's see what. Oh. Okay. Well. Okay. Well, the AI overview is telling me to not do it this way, and instead just reconstruct it on the fly using the inverse projection matrix. And so I guess we don't do it this way then. I guess we don't do it this way then. I guess we don't do it this way then. I was so ready to have a G position buffer. I was so excited. Like legit, I was so fucking excited. It's like, oh my god. We're actually about to like actually do the fucking deferred rendering thing. I was like, holy shit, no way. Dude, that's crazy. I'm a deferred rendering guy now. But no, we're not deferred rendering guys. We're still stupid forward rendering people. Okay, now what are we fucking up? What are we fucking up? What did I fuck up putting this back? Oh, I know what I did. I didn't do that. Okay, so we got the depth buffer back, and so I should unproject. I should unproject in this next pass. So we just have to keep in mind that this is using a G position, and I have to use the depth buffer and do it funny. So we have to remember to do that. So do I have to do this in a separate trapped in a prison of your own design? This is for deferred, so I don't know how to do it for forward. Yeah, because this is a separate FBO, but I don't think I'm supposed to do that. I think you can do it in the same pass as the main lighting pass. So yeah, I need to pre-compute this SAO texture. SSSSSSC. What is it? What you can't put GL red there. You're fucking being funny. You have to put GL R8. That's illegal. That's actually illegal that you did that. What the fuck? How does this guy have a degree in OpenGL? What the fuck? He put oh GL. Oh GL. Oh. Aha. Okay. And he put nearest, so we will put nearest. What psycho does it this way? You're literally a psycho. You're literally fucking crazy in the head. By the way, why would you do it this way, you fucking freak? Oh, this is the color buffer. Oh, he used it for the noise texture. He does it. He does it this way. Okay. Wait, 4 channels for the noise texture? Are we fucking being serious? There's no way that we need this many. You're joking. 4? What? Four? Okay, bro. 4. Little bro has 4. Okay. Okay. Okay, so he doesn't give me the random floats generator. He uses STD uniform. Isn't it fun making progress horizontally? I'm just doing this shit because And I told you, more Lionel Richie. Yeah, I feel like that's probably a good idea. Anybody who's using pushback for something like this needs to be, I don't know, bro. So this is a 4x4, but then this is 64. That doesn't add up, bro. That doesn't add up, bro. That literally doesn't add up, bro. Like what? The fuck are we talking about, bro? 4 times 4 is 16. Bro, I know that. Bro, Jarvis said to do 64. Maybe I should just do 64 then, instead of this 4x4. Four by 4 seems too small. I'm sorry. I like big numbers. I want to make it big. We have yet to make the shader. We need to make the shader. Okay. Alright, peace out. Okay. Oh, wait. Jarvis says that I should just do it not in a shader, so I don't use a shader, and I just do it in C, and then upload the fucking shit. So I don't even have to do this in GLSL. I just straight up upload it. That's smart. That's smart. Gee, I didn't think of that. Okay, so we don't need any of this shit. Is this compiled? We compile all the time, you know what I mean? I'm just gonna follow kind of what it tells me to do, because it's pretty much what's on this website, but I think it's better. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. One sec. Okay, so I need to get a vec3 of rand, and 2 are between -1 and 1. Okay, so apparently that's how we do it, and then we need to normalize all of the samples. Should I just normalize it? Yeah, this is what they have here, which you multiply it times a random number. I think my body is telling me that it's had enough. So I might have to listen to it. Okay, this I don't know about. This is... Oh yeah, this is exactly what they have, yeah. Oh, it's a vec3. Yeah. Okay, so that's the kernel. And now we just have to upload it. Yeah, I think my body is telling me to go to sleep. So, or just like chill out for a while. So, I think I'm just going to do that. I will set this up, and yeah, I'm just really fucking tired. Um, my stomach is just not agreeing with me continuing forward, and this happens even though I am physically here. I think my body just, can't sustain the focus any longer, even though I can sustain the focus. So I just have to kind of listen to it. I'm probably gonna keep working on this, to be honest. Uh, but yeah, it sucks because I'm so close to fucking doing this that it sucks. But you know, it's like probably like a little bit more of, code, but yeah. You enjoyed my texturing, thank you. Yeah, I can try to do it real quick, I guess. It's just kind of, I don't know. When I get like this, it's just like my stomach gets fucked up and don't burn out, chill. Yeah, I'm chill. I just kind of wanted to get this done, but, you know. Okay. Let's just give it a shot. I don't know. I really need to go lie down. I'll post in the Discord if I get this done. I might get it done tonight. I just need to lie down for right now. So, alright, I'll be back probably tomorrow to continue working on this stuff. Need to find something to focus on, I think, after this. I don't really have a focus, really, so probably want to do more modeling and stuff, because the engine is kind of at a point where it's pretty set up to do whatever. Yeah, alright.